Holly, go ahead and open up the meeting for September 10th, 2014, Oceanside City Council, Harbor District, CD4. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
I don't know if this was working.
Councilmember Foley?
Here.
Councilmember Feller?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez is absent.
Thank you.
Have you ever been on time?
Closed session.
Have you ever been on time?
I don't think so.
I mean, I've been here 14 years, I've never said it.
Thank you. I'll jump in. Council will be meeting in closed session to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside Firefighters Association, the Oceanside Police Officers Association. I believe that's it. Unwrapped? No? Okay. Yeah. Item 2, conference with legal counsel involving existing litigation in the matter of Miller versus the City of Oceanside and City of El Centro et al. Versus David Lanier et al.
Thank you. Join the closed session.
Holly, can you do me a favor?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll set the first portion of the city council report. Starts at 4 p.m. for roll call, please.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Kern? Here. Councilmember Feline? Here's Councilmember Fowler will be here momentarily.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we kind of broke up in two halves of this thing. 4 o'clock, about 5 o'clock. Consent calendars, easier things at 4 o'clock meeting. Later at 5 o'clock, some presentations and more intense for a public response to some of the issues on the items. But if we go forward with this right now, we appreciate it. We have some things out in the lobby because we're representing culture group in the city of Oceanside and activists, and that's why we have things and food out there in the lobby. Don't think that it happens every time, because it doesn't, but there's your chance to go out and get food and drink out in the lobby. Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Clerk, do we have the consent calendar, please?
Yes, consent calendars items 3 through 13.
Move approval.
Second. Give it together.
Second. 13, anybody else?
No public on these items.
Hey, there's a motion then for the remainder for everybody for 1213. Okay, thank you. Let's please vote on the remainder.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. When you get a chance, Mr. Clerk, item 13, please.
Yes, item number 13 is acceptance of the treasurer's report for the quarter and year ended June 30th, 2014.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled that because our city treasurer toils away in silence most of the time, and I just wanted to hear from his department on how things have been going, and if there's been any changes, good or bad, dramatic or slight, over the past year, and what you can tell us.
Thank you to Councilmember Feline and Mayor Wood and Honorable Council. It's my pleasure to report that the state of the city's investment portfolio remains very sound. During the final quarter of the fiscal year 2013-2014, the city treasury increased its overall investment holdings by slightly more than 12% from the previous fiscal year's end. And this is primarily due to the austerity measures council has taken in recent years, along with an uptick in overall tax revenues. It's put us in a better position. In the fixed income investment arena, overall yields appear to have bottomed out this past year, and we're seeing some mild improvement in the longer bond rates received as we reinvest our maturing investments. However, some of those older maturing bonds were yielding even higher rates than we have now, so we expect to once again outperform those older, higher issues as markets return, given time to more normal conditions typical of a recovering economy. And however, that turnover process will take some time, as will this recovery, we believe. With the Fed reducing its accommodative monetary policy by lowering its monthly purchasing of treasuries recently in 5 steps, down from the original $85 billion monthly to $25 billion now, this has helped provide some stimulus to the economy, and with this action, there's some risk we may see some inflation. However, economists are mixed on whether this is good or bad for the overall economy. It can be good for investors. It may slow down the real estate lending markets and industries. However, for the city, it might help us in the Treasury Department improve our overall portfolio return, as it is tied so closely to the agency, Fed and bond rates, which are inflation-driven. During the final quarter of the past fiscal year, our Investment Oversight Committee held their annual policy review meeting. We discussed some ideas to continue enhancing overall portfolio's performance that have since been approved by Council. With the suggestions that our IOC Committee unanimously approved in our IOC review, we are striving to capture potential additional yield while mitigating market risk for the investment portfolio. We're continually striving very carefully, deliberately, to seek corporate and municipal bond offerings as we move forward as much as possible while still mitigating risk as our top priority, keeping it at all times within the confines of established investment policy. This, in conjunction to Treasury Managers Michelle Warren's tremendous efforts last year in refinancing about a half a dozen of our bond debt structures. We're seeing substantial savings in our bond interest expenses, as well as overall anticipated improvement in our balance sheet moving forward. As always, we invite our team council to come to any of our LC committee meetings whenever you like. You're always welcome to join us. You want to add anything, Michelle, or feel free?
Actually, no, I don't have anything to add, and if you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to answer.
If council have any questions, we'll be happy to take those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Councilmember Kerr, please.
Just one quick question. You know, we talked about the global economy. I noticed on Monday the European Central Bank lowered their interest rate to 0.5%, and their excuse is that people have a lot of cash and they're just not putting it into the economy, that Europe's slowing down, so they're basically cutting their interest rates to push cash out the door into investments. Is that something that we're seeing here, that there's still a lot of money on the sidelines, that people are kind of sitting on their hands?
Well, corporate America is still sitting on between $1 and $2 trillion on the sideline, not so much because of interest rates, but because their feeling is the economy is still not strong enough to sustain a return for them on that additional investment. In the euro market, my humble opinion, it's only an opinion, is whenever things get unstable for whatever reason over there, all that does is drive more money to us, to our treasuries. Even though they make less, conceivably here, there's a flight to safety. And what that does is, unfortunately, as far as we're concerned on our investment side, it keeps the rates lower. But I think that'll be somewhat offset as Janet Yellen continues to curtail QE2.
I see no other rise, so it's back to you, Mr.
No, I'm done, Mr. Mayor. We just wanted to get that overview. Thank you very much, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Go to item 14, please.
Item 14 is adoption of a resolution approving and implementing the compensation plan for unrepresented employees effective September 10th, 2014.
Good evening, Pat.
I have a whole technical team here. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Pat Nunez, the Human Resources Director. The item you have before you today is the compensation plan for the unrepresented employees. The key economic issues with this plan are to provide a taxable, non-forcible stipend to all permanent full-time employees, excluding the executives, the elected officials, and the city council aides. There is one special salary adjustment for a dually represented position. We've adjusted bilingual pay to equal that of the other represented groups. And we've added engineer licensing pay for those who hold civil engineering licenses. Non-economic issues, we've done some adjustments to classifications. Some are replacements, some are eliminations, and some are new. I won't go through them, they're all outlined in the staff report. And the final item is changing the accrual limit for part-time employees from 200 to 300 to match the other employee groups. The stipend for this year is totaling just over $232,000. The special salary adjustment is $714, and that includes all principal and other administrative costs. And the bilingual pay is $30,500, also including the PERS and all the admin costs. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Pat. We take seats sidebars if you have any questions on that. Public?
No public on site.
Thank you. Back to the council. Deputy Mayor Sanchez, please.
Move adoption.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Everybody turn their lights off. I have one question. Would you address the, certainly came up to our attention of the non-represented council aides I know they probably contacted you or talked to you, I don't know. We didn't give anything, so you get any feedback on that?
I did not hear from anyone, no.
I didn't know if you had, we have. Anyhow, thank you very much with that. I think maybe down the road you will be confronted and asked about those. Thank you very much. Back to the council. I see no other lights. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
The screens all went blank. Back on, thank you. They came back on.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Item 15, we get a moment, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, item number 15 is approval of new city council policy 600-07, street light pole banner program, and approval of a budget transfer in the amount of $8,800 from Economic Development Regional Collaboration Funding to Economic Development Marketing to purchase and install 44 gateway banners.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And Tracy, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Deputy Mayor. Tonight, I am here to talk to you about a new banner program for the city of Oceanside. The banner program that I'm proposing is looking at a public-private partnership with local businesses, business organizations, and art organizations within banner districts to have priority and responsibility for placing banners throughout the city. City staff met with the different banner district entities and who are the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, Main Street Oceanside, Visit Oceanside, and the Oceanside Museum of Art, along with two city divisions, the Harbor District and Economic Development. And the districts are shown up on the screen: Gateway District, Harbor District, Town Site, Downtown, South O, and Tourism. This banner district program also gives the banner district entities the ability to sell sponsorships on banners, which is an effective way to defray the cost of designing, fabricating, and installing banners and keeps the banners current. The banners will be used to encourage city-sponsored events, citywide events, countywide events, city-funded events, city neighborhoods, city promotions, city special events, or historical city site of interest. The banner messages would be limited to activities or events that are of a cultural, historical, or community nature and must display the character of the area and would not be used for political messages or advertising. This program that I'm presenting was modeled after San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco programs. Oops. Sorry, guys. Here we go. The sponsorship on the banners, I wanted to show you an example of what it would look like. Would allow 15% of the vertical banner space, or about 12.6 inches tall by about 20 inches wide. And we only include sponsor logos or names, which cannot be the main message of the banner. And the area you can see on the screen, like Visit Oceanside, the Chamber of Commerce, and Gilead on the bottom there of the banner. And I want to right now show the difference between a sponsorship and advertising. A sponsor is a person or organization that pays to help defray the cost of an activity or an event. In this case, placing the banners throughout the city. To advertise is to make the public aware of something such as a product or a service that is being sold. The intention here is to allow persons, organizations, or businesses to sponsor banners to be placed throughout the city and will not allow advertising of products and services. The city will have the final review and approval of all the banners to be placed to ensure that the display of the banners meets the community expectations, guidelines, and restrictions in the policy. This program anticipates the banners being rotated or replaced at least annually, but hopefully we can get it quarterly as the seasons change. And the benefit to the city with this banner program is it puts the responsibility on the banner district entity to install, remove, and maintain banners and banner hardware, freeing the city from this cost, and allows our partners to forward their missions by potentially making a couple dollars off the selling of the banners. Each banner district entity would have a memorandum of understanding with the city that would outline their responsibilities, including picking a banner installer who would be required to indemnify the city but would not be subject to the bidding requirements because they would be hired by a private enterprise. Economic Development would like to place entryway banners that welcome residents and visitors into the beach areas. So I'm requesting that $8,800 be reprogrammed from the Economic Development Regional Collaboration efforts to marketing to purchase and install about 44 gateway banners. Tonight I am recommending that City Council approve the new City Council Policy 600-07 called the Streetlight Pole Banner Program and approve the budget transfer of $8,800 to install the gateway banners. I would like to take any questions that you have at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy. I'll see the sidebar, would you please? And Mr. Clerk, public?
Yes, at this time, David Neidiger may come forward.
Mr. Neidiger, good morning, good evening, you're looking fine.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, David Neidiger, I'm the President and CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I want to thank the staff and for Tracy for bringing this forward. They've done a lot of work on this. It's something that we've needed for quite some time. If you've driven around the city, you'll notice that the 125 anniversary banners are still up, and we're definitely in our 126th year. Also, there's some banners that were put up, I think, close to 5 or 6 years ago, and they're still hanging up down there too. And it's just been through a lot of different reasons, economical being one of them, that they haven't been able to come up and down. This program would allow the district entity to be able to maintain them, bring them up, put them down. However, there's a couple of things in the staff report that I have had some concerns about, and I wanted to share them with you. First of all, 15% is not all that great. I would like a little bit more. I think the city of Los Angeles has 20%, is that right, or do you remember? And San Francisco has 25, right? And so we're up to 5%. It's all over the board. We were just like another 5%. It just makes it a little easier for the identifying agency, whether it be the hospital or whether it be Joe's crab shack, to have the opportunity to their letters to be seen from the street, because it's often difficult, particularly if you use the wrong type font. With a serif font, it's really difficult to read. Some of the other concerns were the length of time. One of the biggest expenses for the banner programs is taking them up and bringing them down. And by putting a 3-month hiatus on banners, I think is a little bit onerous. And we'd like to see that. I know you can do it a year. I think a year is perfect. Because after a year in our climate and our weather, the banners do take a beating. Particularly down the closer you get to the ocean, it's even harder on the banners there. So we'd like to see that addressed. The other issue was about the approval of the guidelines for the banner. In the staff report, I think they indicated that the Economic Development Department would be handling that. Is there a way that there would be an appeal? For example, we wanted to put a banner, the name would be fine. I have no trouble whatsoever with the sponsorship program. It's just the top part of the banner that's not fitting to everybody's. You can't please everybody. I mean, you go to that museum and there'll be $1 million paintings that people will not understand or not even like. Right next to it will be something that looks amazingly crazy that everyone hates. So it's difficult to do that, and that's another one of my concerns. And that's it, because I didn't take any notes. We did in fact do an outreach to our businesses, and the city of Oceanside is really behind this. Our businesses want these banners. We've already have over 60 businesses in the queue. We could probably put these banners up within 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
No further public on this item.
Thank you. Back to the council, Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the issue with respect to the 15% versus, say, 20%, is there a legal issue having to do with why we decided on the 15%, Mr.?
I think, Ms. Bowen drafted the policy at 15% after reviewing the other ordinances throughout the state. I personally looked at San Francisco's. I thought it was at 15%. I think the issue is we want to make sure that these don't become advertisements because we don't permit off-site advertising. So my recommendation is to stay with the 15% because I think that ensures that the sponsor's recognized and there's precedent for that. There's other ordinances that are specifically at 15%. Now, I can't say I've gone out and looked at everyone, but I believe San Francisco was at 15%. We were modeling ours after that. So that's really up to the council's discretion. I'm just concerned that if it gets too big, it could be viewed as an advertisement.
Right.
So the smaller the better.
Right. Okay, well, first of all, this is a great partnership. I know we've been asked at Southfield Merchants Association, they brought that issue up over and over again, like, when are we going to change these banners? They're looking really tired. And we need something to really, kind of spruce up Coast Highway and other parts. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval, and based on the cautionary statement by City Attorney, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it at that 15% as recommended by staff. Thank you.
Have a second? I'll give you a second. Thank you very much. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. I have a couple other suggestions I'd like to make too. First of all, the $300. The idea, why should we set a price? Let the market determine what the price is. So I'd like that stricken out. The idea that, because in some locations you might be able to get $500. Some locations you might get $100. When you have a long corridor like that with traffic, the idea of putting your banner in a particular spot may be worth it to you. So I would like the idea that it be market-driven more than government-driven. I would like to see the 20%. The idea that I think we can actually bring in more revenue that way with the 20% and people can see it. And also the 20% to use both the logo and the company name if it fits, instead of just a logo or just a company name to do that. And also I'm a little concerned about the appeal and who approves it. The idea that somehow I don't want staff to get into the business of designing banners. So when somebody submits something and then staff tries to rework the banner, I would like a submission done and maybe a couple people from the Arts Commission say yes or no. I don't think regular staff should be put in that position to approve or disapprove somebody's artwork. I think that puts staff in a very awkward position of, like Mr. Nidegger said, that, well, this looks really great, and you have a staff person saying, well, I don't think so. So with that, I would support it if those caveats are in there. The market-driven, the 20%, the idea of the review process probably comes through the Art Commission. And then I guess the question is, say everything works and say, okay, the Art Commission says, we don't like it. Is there an appeal? What's the appeal part? Is there,
No, that's why I was bringing it through economic development and not an outside commission, just because the logistics of trying to get the commission or get an ad hoc committee together to review banners in a quick, timely manner. Really what I want to look at is that they're not violating any of the restrictions, which is, no alcohol, no political advertising, no nudity, stuff like that, and that,
but those are guidelines. Those are
right. I'm not looking at
guidelines. You don't even get to submit. Is that correct? So,
but who knows? And that they're meeting their guidelines, either 20% or 15% for the advertising, and that they're not putting slogans or actual advertising for the sponsorships. So, for example, we have Walgreens on a banner, and their slogan is "At the corner, happy and healthy." Walgreens is fine, the little slogan is not. So, just little tweaks like that I want to catch before they go out and print the banners. That was my intention with staff reviewing it.
Even if you move it to 25% in lawn, statement like that's going to be so small that nobody's going to read it anyway, and they're smart enough to realize that themselves. So the idea of having it at that level. So I just have a couple concerns about that. So the idea of doing the 20%, refine this approval process so it doesn't put staff in an awkward position of approving. I just suggested the Arts Commission because I don't care if it's economic development that takes a look at it, but actually a commission someplace that takes a look at it. And then the $300 limit to be strucken out because, if we're going to do a public-private partnership, we might as well let the private market decide how much they're going to be willing to pay.
Agree.
Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. Tracy, when we were talking, I can envision McDonald's. Their logo's a big M. Everybody doesn't have to guess what they do. And that would be considered probably advertising. That's how I would look at McDonald's. Even if it said McDonald's on the side, the logo means McDonald's is there. So I'm a little leery of it, although I think tastefully done banners are going to, I'm kind of torn between 15 and 20% because advertising is, it's kind of a hot button. We don't allow any advertising anywhere except on a little blue sign with a zero or a O on the top. And everything else is actually taboo. And this gives, Gilead, not everybody's going to know what Gilead is, but it's an opportunity to spread their name. Anybody's going to know what McDonald's or Walgreens or, those kinds of things. So I think there's a, fine line there. And that extra 5%, that could be changed if we found we couldn't sell any of the banners. I'm dealing with somebody who is very interested in a whole other type of advertising out there, and we don't allow that, but here we're allowing the type of advertising, although it's sponsored. And that's kind of a mixed bag there, I think. Not everybody's going to like 3 surfboards, so I think you probably got to come up with something that the community will appreciate, but it falls within our guidelines. So I think I'm going to stick with the 15%. If it works out, we can't sell any banners, then we can change that.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you. I'm sympathetic to the 20% request as well. It seems it would provide a little more opportunity to work with it, as well as encourage, I think, some more sales there. The question I wanted to pursue was the issue of the length. Right now it's 3 months is what the banner would...
No, it's 1 year. Annually, they should be changed out, but optimally every 3 months. So it's really 1 year.
Okay, then I guess I'm missing the point that Mr. Neidiger was trying to make, where he was requesting that they be 1 year. Am I missing an issue there?
They currently are in the guidelines 1 year.
Okay, and we're all happy.
Maximum, yeah.
Okay, great, and so, other than the issue, I guess, of the 20% versus 15% seems to be the only thing then that's out there, and right now it looks like we have 3 people for 15 and 2 for 20, so I guess we'll be trying it at 15 and see where we go. I guess maybe I'm making an incorrect assumption. Sorry, the mayor hasn't spoken yet. But yeah, I'm open to 20% myself, but thank you.
Councilmember Kernan,
So that question I read, just a clarification on the time. So if somebody comes in and they say they pay $500 for a banner, does that guarantee them a year? Or I guess that's the part of the contract you're going to have to figure out, because if you want to rotate them every 3 or 4 months, some guy pays $500, then 4 months later they take it down and put somebody else's up there. I suppose all those details will be worked out.
It's going to be up to the banner district entity to decide the term. There are some strategic locations where holiday banners or decorations go up, like on Mission Avenue and Tremont Street, areas like that, that more than likely the banners are going to come down during the holidays and then they'll be put back up.
Okay.
So, you know,
Or we put that up.
right,
On the,
right.
the sponsored banner, put up the holiday banner. Once the holidays are over, you put up, and we got to take the holiday banners down anyway,
Right.
otherwise we're,
And then we have other times of the year that we have the San Diego County Fair banners that we have allowed in the city. So they'll go up for I think it's 3 months or so, and come down, and the original banner will be put back up in its place.
okay.
And I've reserved those different locations in the document so that it isn't a surprise that these areas may have banners rotate and it'll be less than a year.
Okay.
I was trying to be very specific, yeah.
So I'm getting a sense of the council that it's going to be 15%. We've got the time. How about letting the market set the price?
That's fine.
But that wasn't in the motion.
Sir, can I clarify something?
Sure.
I had a meeting with the Banner District entity. They had suggested that. I removed it from the guidelines and I missed it in the staff report,
Oh, okay.
so I apologize. So it is removed from the guidelines, the $300.
Oh,
But I did miss it in the staff report.
that's fine.
Sorry about that.
So I guess the issue was fixed.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fuller.
Thank you. What are the holidays?
It's like Christmas, it's when the fair banners come up.
I just wanted you to say Christmas.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
You want Christmas every day?
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tracy. My input is, this is beautiful, I'd like to see them around town. Whoever designed this, I know we had the heroes, wooded heroes, and different things, and pictures of Oceanside all around town. We've tried different ones. They're beautiful. I like them. I think the public likes them. You're right, at Christmas time, they might have to come down. Other holidays when we put things up. My concern is I'm going to go with recommendation on the motion, because staff gave it to us. They looked into it a lot more than I did. So we can always change this for the higher numbers or the lower numbers. Let's see how it goes first. Then you can come back to us and say, we're willing to pay big bucks for great locations, and then we can review this and decide what we want to do later. So with that, there's a motion on the floor in a second. With no changes, please vote. It was.
Yeah. Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And, Mr. Clerk, item 16, please. I believe there will be public on this one.
Yes, item number 16 is approval of a professional services agreement with Railpros Incorporated of Irvine in an amount not to exceed $642,488 to develop construction drawings for railroad crossing and related safety improvements for a quiet zone along Oceanside's coastal rail corridor, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you very much. Gary? Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. As mentioned, this item is a $642,000 professional services agreement with Rail Pros of Irvine to prepare the design and construction drawings for a series of rail crossing improvements at the 5 intersections where Oceanside roads cross the coastal rail corridor. Rail Pros has just completed a preliminary project study report that's attachment A, which gives the specifics in a general way of what the improvements include. Rail Pros was selected as a result.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, if you want to talk out there, please go out in the lobby. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gary. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time getting you to.
Rail Pros was selected as a result of a qualifications-based process led by Sandag and regional rail experts. Again, the scope of the improvements include items like 4-quadrant pedestrian guardrails, median extensions, traffic signal coordination on Mission Avenue with the new signals that may be coming at that location. Total construction cost estimate is $7 to $8 million. Staff will look first for financing opportunities by including improvements with the coming low sand corridor projects such as the Surf Rider and federal grant opportunities with relocating NCPD facilities at Mission Avenue. However, the balance of the construction costs we would look to utilize our Transnet funds with possible short-term borrowing so we don't impact any one particular year of programs. That was a very brief summary. I also want to introduce Robert Williams, the lead project engineer with Rail Pros, and of course you all know Scott Smith, city engineer. That's the overview, and we'll move to sidebar for any specific questions. Oh, and finally, I forgot to mention the main purpose. These pedestrian improvements are all the prerequisite for implementing a quiet zone, which allows the operating engineers to not routinely blast their horns at every single intersection coming through Oceanside, and it's something I'm sure the entire community would be looking forward to.
Thank you, Gary. I have some questions myself. Let's go here with the public first.
Yes, we have one member of the public wish to speak on this item. Tom Glaze, may come forward this time.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, I'm Tom Glasser, Oceanside resident. I'm going to urge you to approve the agreement in item number 16 for the quiet zones design construction contract. We need those quiet zones in Oceanside for a couple of reasons. One reason is to make our community the beautiful, peaceful, quiet community that coastal communities should be, and all the other communities are going to be eventually. But it's also, I think, an investment that's one of those investments that pays for itself over a period of time. The reason is because the revenue that the city gets from tourism is significant, and it's really being negatively impacted by the blaring of the horns through the city from one end to the other. And anybody that doubts that, all you have to do is go on the internet, like I did a couple nights ago, and look at the customer reviews from the 2 new hotels, the Wyndham and the Marriott. I stopped at around 25 or so, and they're all the same thing. The number one complaint is the train horn noise that blows continuously. And those complaints range from, yeah, it's a problem, to, it's a beautiful city, but I'll never go back. And I can read them to you. I'll leave them here for council if you're interested. But, and it's going to get worse, in my opinion, with the double tracking that's going to happen. The Coastal Commission just approved that, and what I read from Sandag was that that project is going to be started at the end of 2014. I don't know in what respect. So the problem's going to get a lot worse. But beyond the fact that they would make this a peaceful, quiet beach community, it's going to increase the tourism. And that fact is significant for us because all that money that we get from tourism, which in my opinion will skyrocket if we have quiet zones, that money from tourism goes into the general fund, which can be used for the benefit of all of Oceanside, north, south, the inland, and the coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No further public on this item.
Thank you. I'm shocked with some of the hotel people here in the audience. You're not up there talking, but I think we know what you want. Anyhow, I appreciate that. With that, I'll go back to the council. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've met on this twice in the last 2 weeks. Last night, our city engineer, Scott, gave a full presentation to the community group, about 50 people there, about the timeline. So the idea, I think they weren't happy, but they were satisfied that we're moving forward, moving quickly as we can because of all the entities that have to touch that. And I think city engineer kind of expressed his personal frustration of dealing with all these people over a period of time. So, but he got introduced as a rock star. So everybody really appreciated Scott Smith. I'm going to move approval of staff's recommendation, and then the only other thing, I'm not going to make it part of the motion, but I think over this next year, we need to find out how to fund this once the construction drawings come back. So I don't want to get a year from now and say, okay, we have construction drawings, we have no way to fund it or no way to build it. So I think that's kind of a direction to staff is to figure out a funding plan in this next year, whether the construction drawings are being done. Thank you.
Second. Have a motion. Second. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. Scott, would you, or Gary, respond to the double tracking in the timeline there, if somebody has any idea?
Honorable Mayor, council members, in regards to the double tracking, there's a couple different projects that are on the books that Sandag has brought forward, and the last that we were told was that the Oceanside Transit Center project is currently moving ahead, and they're still working on the design for the Eastbrook to Shell project, which is a reconstruction of the bridge over the San Luis Rey River, and that would be the second project. The timing of that project, funding-wise, we were told previously was 2020, but they were going to try to finish up the drawings and get it done sooner, funded sooner if possible.
This is pretty easy to support. Scott's been, and Gary, the team has been working on the project for 10 years, just piece by piece, when we didn't have the money, putting things together and improving some of the intersections. So we're closer than we would be if we were just starting tonight, but I think I'm very pleased that we're taking this step forward now. So thank you for all your effort, both of you.
Councilmember Fulham, please.
Thank you. I think this is a great first step, and I think it's something we need to move forward with for the benefit of our city as a whole, as well as the downtown area. But yeah, for the public out there, in terms of the timeline, you're mentioning the last Sandag project around 2020. If everything goes as we want, when do the quiet zones get complete?
Honorable Mayor, council members, Councilmember Feline. That was a question that came up last night, funny enough. Essentially the answer is if everything went perfect, we're hoping within 3 years. That would be a year for the design and 2 years for the construction, but it really is highly variable, as the staff report indicates, because we're dealing with other agencies. So I don't want to commit wholeheartedly to that, because a lot of it is out of our control, but we will be working diligently to make sure it's a timely installation.
Okay, I guess that I missed the significance of the project that was mentioned, of redoing the San Luis Rey River Bridge. I thought that was related to this, and if that is held up to 2020, how are we doing it in 3 years?
I apologize. Yeah, the significance of that project is, as part of that project, there's going to be alterations to the Surfrider crossing for that specific project, which is the Sandag project. As they do that, city staff has negotiated with Sandag staff to install supplemental safety measures that will bring that crossing to essentially a quiet zone qualification. So if the Sandag project goes before us and that
intersection, or that crossing should be essentially done. If we're to proceed prior to the sand deck project, then we're going to be negotiating maybe a cost sharing or some sort of reimbursement, if at all possible, with sand deck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is essentially $650,000 for engineering design and drawings for a project that's going to cost about $8 million. We have wrestled with this. We've looked at this. We don't have $8 million. We do have a whole lot of lists of things that we'd like to do in Oceanside that, if we had the money, would be really important to do, like stand replenishment, like making sure that our roads are maintained, some of our water projects. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that we could do with $8 million. Making sure that our public safety response times are as fast as possible. I mean, a whole lot of things. And we don't know how we're going to pay for this. What is known is that this does not guarantee it's going to be quiet. They still reserve the right to, in basically do it in higher urban areas, is to go ahead and blow the whistle. It's a safety, it's a public safety issue. What we're trying to do is make them safer at the crossings, but the accidents that tend to happen don't tend to happen just at the crossings. There's a long way that we have in through the downtown for the crossings. I have a really hard time agreeing to pay this $650,000 when we don't know how we're going to pay for this. When it's going to basically benefit only a very small portion of our city. When I have asked people who have stayed there, including we just had a major reunion, our high school reunion, 40th high school reunion. I know people stayed, on the coast. And I asked them, at the Wyndham, at the Marriott, Spring Hill Suites, in the harbor, by the way, did the train whistles bother you? Did they wake you up in the night? And they're like, no. And I don't know if it's because we're used to those sounds of a very urban, very busy area. I lived on the coast. I lived in the condo on the coast. After you get used to it. I didn't even hear it after a while. So I don't think that at this time we can commit to $8 million project when we don't have the money and when we have a whole list of things that we have to do, and we're just barely turning the corner on our recovery. We don't know what's going to happen, and we need to make sure that our quality of life that we provide for our residents is solid and secure. So I don't think this is the appropriate time to do this. If this was a grant and we didn't really have to, put a whole lot of money into it in terms of that $8 million, this is it. This is the $650,000. That's all we have to pay. That's a different story. But to use our Transnet dollars, and they're finite, for this $650,000, and then not know how we're going to spend, how we're going to deal with the $8 million. $8 million now, probably more than that next year and the following year, etc. So I'm going to respectfully disagree on this and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My input on this is that this is an item that's been going on for quite some time in Oceanside. And to be fair about it, almost every beach community wants a Cladzo. There's no doubt about it. It's very important. There is a cost to it. Over the years, we found out at least $500,000 per intersection just to set it up. But on the other hand, I agree 100% with Deputy Mayor on this. Quality of life issues and safety issues are very important. This is one that's been on the books for a long time. The last time I think we had an issue that came up in this, I thought that this should have been a priority over some other things, beach bathrooms, whatever. They're all important, but I thought this was more important. With that being said, I think it's important enough that we should be in the beginning at the stages of this. What I'm hoping for, it's not just Oceanside, you name any beach community, they want a quiet zone. I'm hoping somewhere, I'll say hoping down the line, that this might be covered with grants, money, state, federal, or Sandag per se. Jack Sellers, our representative on Sandag, addressing Oceanside and our quiet zone, he might have more information on it, but what I'm afraid of is that as we go down the line, if we're not in the pocket for getting it done early, we won't be. But I'm hoping there will be some other funding for all the other cities that want this. The sad part of it is the rail system was put in California right through all the beach communities when it was originally built. Here we are, the most valuable land on the beach communities is we have a rail line going right through the middle of it. I think I'm going to support this because hoping that it'll, number one, happen sooner than later. Number two, that it will not impact us, even though I agree with the deputy mayor, who will, whatever be the cost down the lines. But I've been here on the council 12 years, he's been on longer, and this has been one of the issues that comes up all the time. It's a quiet zone. If you have a house down there, a condo, or you live there in the apartments, or you come down to stay in one of our hotels, you may not be used to the sounds and it wakes you up. I do get those complaints from different places and different hotels. So I'm going to go forward and support this also with the understanding that this is a study and design that when it finally goes forward, we'll have something ready to go. And when I say ready to go, big money from different sources that do not come to places that are not shovel ready. In other words, when they finally make their decision to bring money to it, they want to go, are you ready? And we don't want to go through another year and a half of debate or get things planted on. They want it right then. Are you shovel ready or you won't get the money? That's the only reason I'm really interested in supporting this besides all the underlying reasons. With that, I'm going to say Mr. Feller wants to speak. Thank you. Mr. Feller, go right ahead. I just wanted to mention that we're kind of priming the pump here. You have to have a project to be able to go ask for money. So this will be a design project, and we'll be able to ask for the money. Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved 4-1, Sanchez, no.
Before I finish off, are you ready for the second? Okay, I wanted to ask that one question I forgot. I apologize, and we already voted. What's the status from your point or Sandag points on doing some of the intersections before all the other ones? In other words, let's say you downtown where we have the hotels. We may want to do that first before we do some of the ends of Oceanside that don't really have the heavy traffic. Any feedback on that? It has to be all at once, or is it just...
Honorable Mayor, the quiet zone can be developed in phases, and we have looked at that, and as we go through this process, we'll iron out what we believe is going to be the best approach. It may make more sense to do all 5 of them at the same time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you for the applause, and I know what you want. I'm going to take a break for about 10 minutes here. We have some events that come on at 5 o'clock. We have to get ready for them, number one. Number two, you hadn't been here before, out the double doors, up the stairs, restrooms, and water. About a 10-minute break. The students are here to get form signed. Coming up to me, I'll sign them for you from Rancho or wherever you're from. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Welcome again to the second half of the city council meeting. A couple of housekeeping, if you don't mind. Please, you got a cell phone or a pager, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate that. There are other seats in here for some of you standing around the back walls. There are extra seats. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. A couple of things I've been asked by a lot of people to hold their items up front, so we'll have to work through those. Right off this, we're going to have items, the invocation, the pledge, and a few things and some presentations, and then we'll go back to item number 17, finish that off, and then go through the rest of the council meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time and your efforts. If you have any questions or you want to speak, you can give us a receipt or a slip to the city clerk over here on any items, and I appreciate it. And we do have items that's called items not on the agenda, where they're not agendized, so you can talk about anything else if you fill out one of those forms. Thank you very much. With that, if I could, I'm going to go to my aide over here and starting the 5 o'clock section for invocation. Please, Debbie.
Please stand for the invocation and pledge. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Let us bow our heads. Father, we come before you to simply say thank you. Thank you for this privilege, this blessing, this honor it is to live in the city of Oceanside. We're a community of different individuals with different beliefs, different backgrounds, different presents, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this community. We lift up every single member of this community, and we lift up our council members right now to you. Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Feline, Councilwoman Sanchez, and Mayor Wood. We ask that they would provide guidance, wisdom, and discernment through the deliberations that transpire this evening. And in light of the events that are going to transpire this week, we come to you to remember tomorrow, 9/11, and we just ask for peace and for hope restored to those who were lost on that tragic day, and to the implications that have transpired since then, and whatever can be done in our community to further those efforts of peace, allow us to bring that light into this community and beyond. And in light of the challenges that we face, not just here within Oceanside or within San Diego or within the United States, we just seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment, and that peace and justice would reign true throughout the entire world. We say this in your precious name. Amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Angelica De Prieto, goalkeeper for Blue Oceanside Breakers competitive soccer team and 5th grader at Ivy Ranch Elementary School.
Right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let's hear it for thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No one.
Will we please have Elkie Lewis from the San Diego Humane Society come forward?
Good looking one.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. I am here with Little Bit. He's about an 8-year-old Chihuahua mix, and as you can see, sweet as a button, very mellow and easy to walk on a leash and great in a crate. Has been around children in the past and done well, and also does well with other dogs. He actually came to us with a buddy. His name is Hamlet, so he could go home with Hamlet or without Hamlet, but just know that bringing him into your home, he probably would be great by himself, because as you can see, he's a big lover and loves to just hang out on your lap, or he does well with cuddling and playing with other other dogs too. His adoption fee is just $25 because he's over the age of 7, and for those people out there that are 55 and over, adoption fees are waived for any animal. So if you come down, that also is a kitten, my little buddy here who is 8 years old, so that's a good thing to know, and if you're looking for any type of animal, that those fees are waived. And just some reminders that, don't forget we have low-cost spay and neuter, and you can register online. You can actually schedule yourself an appointment. So the fees are anywhere from $35 to $75, so very inexpensive. So if you know your neighbors need assistance, just direct them to our website. And then we also have a program called Happy Hour Lectures. And our October lecture, which is October 8th, I believe it's a Wednesday evening, is What is My Dog Saying at the Dog Park? So tying into our fabulous dog park, it's a great way to really see, is your dog really enjoying it? What's happening with their body language? So it's a great presentation. One of our trainers, Lindsay, puts it on, so I recommend you join us. It's $12. We do serve refreshments, but it's a really great opportunity to really get an understanding on what you're seeing when you go take your animals to off-leash parks. So I invite you to come to that as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. A couple of things she's right. Not only the dogs that are down there just to walk through, see them, see if you'll adopt, but you can use the off-leash park, 2.6 acres split between big dogs and small dogs. It's also a really, really popular visiting spot to sit down with all the people and their dogs. I look at it when they open the gate, it looks like a small stampede of little dogs. But on the other hand, over by the airport, they have another building. They're cats, they're bunnies, and other animals. I was over there just a couple of weeks ago and got a cat. And I have dogs, but I got a cat for a reason, to keep my dogs occupied, and number one, they seem to enjoy chasing around the house, or vice versa. But the other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, 55 and older, I got it for free. Oh, hey, keep that in mind. And look at this one. Calm around noises, lights, and people. This is a good house dog, and I think you should remember that. This one, I would guess, isn't going to last too long. So if you have somebody, please make sure you go to the Humane Society and pick up abandoned dogs or people like this. This is a sweet one. And I thank you very much for bringing me here all the time, and thank you for my kitty. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next, we have the proclamation for Concha Hernandez Green. I'd like to call forward the following individuals. Renee Cuevas, Concha Green's daughter. Jesus Hernandez, Concha's brother.
We're calling you up, so come on up.
Maria Russell and any other members from Eastside Neighborhood Association. Members of the following organizations who are present: NAACP, UCAN, and OUSD. And any other members from Concha's family who wish to come forward.
Come on up and be part of this. Now, if you're on federal witness protection and you don't want photographs, I'll understand that. But for right now, a real person that was involved in this community daily. I'm not going to go too much detail. We're going to read something off, and then I would like, if possible, to have Esther Sanchez, our deputy mayor, say a few words, because there were certainly personal terms. Concha was involved in this community, and every so often, we have to say thank you to somebody in the family that they've done so much for the community that they need to be recognized. So with that, Debbie, are you over there?
Proclamation in honor of Concha Hernandez Green. Whereas Concha Hernandez Green, cherished mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, sister, and friend, passed away on July 24th, 2014, after losing her valiant and courageous battle against cancer. And whereas Concha was a passionate, strong, and constant pillar of the Oceanside community, having lived and worked in Oceanside for most of her life, advocating on behalf of the children, parents, and seniors of the Eastside community, and touching the lives and hearts of many, if not most, of the families in Eastside and of the rest of Oceanside.
And whereas Concha became a fearless leader of the East Side community after the death of her son Armando, taking back her neighborhood in Balderrama Park from gang violence through her Steps for Peace, UCAN, Partners for Healthy Neighborhoods, neighborhood cleanups, and ultimately her job with the City of Oceanside at Balderrama Park Chavez Resource Center, helping mentor and providing positive, safe alternatives to the youth of Eastside. And whereas Concha's leadership and community activism has been honored throughout the region, and she received recognition and awards from the North Coast Latinas Association, California Wellness Foundation, and Oceanside Police Department, as well as receiving the prestigious City of Oceanside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Civic Award and the Oceanside Unified School District Golden Lighthouse Award. And whereas the community of Oceanside will miss her beautiful smile, wonderful laugh, and generous fighting spirit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Jim Wood, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim Saturday, September 20th, 2014, as Concha Hernandez Green Day in all of Oceanside in celebration of her wonderful life, issued this 10th day of September, 2014.
Well, this is her daughter Renee, and her brother Jesse, and her nephew Rick, and also we have here friends of Concha. We also have some folks from the NAACP here in the audience. Concha grew up in Oceanside, so that's why we've got the Eastside Kids here. It's a group. They have a reunion every year. And Concha was actually one of the leaders in doing this at the Chavez Resource Center. And so she was the one that was opening the center and making sure it was available to them. Even after her battle with cancer, she was going. And I mean, this is a really, really, truly phenomenal fighter on behalf of anybody who needed help. That was Concha Green. Concha was very direct. She was very powerful. She talked to people, whether you were the mayor or the person on the street, the same way. Because she believed in being real and believed in getting things done. And she did. It was a very, very tragic thing that brought her to what she ended up being, this fantastic, phenomenal fighter. And that was the death of her son. And that, you know, some people would have just been so depressed and sad and maybe even moved away. But she stayed, and she decided to fight back. She started the Steps for Peace. She had neighborhood folks marching through the neighborhood and making everyone know and realize that we can take back the neighborhood. We can take back our park. We can make it safe for all our children, all our families, all our seniors. This is Concha Green. So hard to believe that she's gone because I still feel that she's here, Renee, Jesse, and Rick. So I just want to say thank you for allowing us to share her time with us, for being that support. I know she always talked about her family. She was always wanting to be there for her family, and her family was extended, right? So I want to say thank you, Renee, and give you the mic over to you and let you say a few words about your mom. But I wanted to say, let's give Concha Hernandez Green a really big hand.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much. I know my mom made an impact on many people, and I hear it daily, and people come up to me even when I'm shopping about and tell me about what my mom has done to the community, and it's made me so proud to be her daughter. And many people have told me, you're just like your mother, and I'm like, oh, okay. But I just want you to know that I greatly appreciate this, and I still think about her, and I miss her daily. And I know they say it gets easier, but it doesn't. To me, it's still fresh, and it doesn't. And I managed to put on a happy face and go about. And you know, luckily in my job I can't cry because I work for the Army Wounded Warriors, so it gives me that little bit of flexibility to shed some tears when I deal with my guys. But I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate this, and just thank you.
Let's go ahead and have Brother Jesse.
Well, my sister's better things were said. Every time she said, if you don't try, you never know what you can improve on. If you don't try, you'll never know how better you can make it. That's all I have to say. She always tried.
Yes, I'm back in college, and I always counted on my aunt to give me some mentor advice, besides her being my aunt. She helped me very many times in college with my Chicano studies, her standing up and explaining why she did what she did. But, you know, this was a remarkable person besides a loving aunt. And each day, and you wouldn't believe how much she still talked about her community, how she loved the park, how she loves each and every one of you. To the day that she passed away, she talked about how she wanted the community to come together and take care of its park because it meant that much to her. I just want to say that each and every one of you made Oceanside, made this park happen, and that it really brings a lot to our family to show that we have a lot of support for her. I want to thank you, our family wants to thank you, and this right here is an honor to our family for her to be a part of your life. I just want to say thank you again.
Anybody else?
Yes, Concha Green was a force of nature. She wore like the tough guy hat, but she would help anyone that really needed the help. And when funds were low, money would come out of her pocket to supply her kids with what they needed. And when I wanted to get involved, the name came up, Concha Green, go see Concha Green, and forever I will be in debt to her. She's my mentor, and I will miss her.
Eastside Kids, would one of you like to say something? Sally? Yes, Eastside Kid, yes. Concha was also an Eastside Kid, and she is one of the members that also started our Eastside reunions, which we have once a year, maybe twice a year, just getting everybody in the neighborhood, kids we went to school with, grammar school, high school. We all meet. We're having another reunion September the 20th, and we're just going to have a great time and also honor Concha again there. Thank you. We also have some partners for Helping Neighborhoods, partners in the audience. I don't know if you wanted to come and say something about her. Yes, somebody. Yes, Michelle. Yes, come on, Michelle. Michelle Davis.
I look back all those years ago, 1995, when I was working for Tri-City Medical Center, and then President and CEO said, I want you to go over to the city and work with those people. Let's do something good for this neighborhood. Well, it turned out we, original conveners, Concha being there too, along with Connie, and people from the city, from the county, from the hospital, and from the clinics, came together and applied for a California Law Foundation grant, which was the basis for the formation of Partners for Helping Neighborhoods. Any of you who have been here for those many years know that Concha was the backbone of that organization. All the rest of us just came along for the ride, provided a little paper here and there and some Xeroxing, but it was Concha that was constantly out in front. And I think the one thing about Partners for Helping Neighborhoods that really is important to remember as we go forward with her memory with us is that given the opportunity, anyone in this community, whether they have a high school education, 3 PhDs, whether they work for a nonprofit or for the city or for a large corporation, any person in this city can be a leader. Concha had no formal background in community organization, but she sure was an advocate and she sure did wonderful things for Oceanside.
For me, when I think about Concha Green, I think about courage and so much inspiration that she provided to all of the residents from Libby Lake, from Eastside, from Crown Heights, and so many other areas. There was moments of despair, you know, and she would come to the community meetings and talk about her own pain and her own process, and provided really that sense of courage for people to move forward, even though there was fatalities or shootings or just fear, and letting people know that standing up and using your voice matters. Trying, as you were saying, doing something about it can change and transform communities. And so many of the residents, including myself, will always remember that courage that she portrayed, not just in words, but in her actions, and the compassion that she shared. And so as members of Partners for Healthy Neighborhoods, I think, as you were mentioning, Michelle, I think it's important also for us to remember history, the past, and make sure that we continue to stay focused on all of the progress and remember all of the celebrations and all of the progress and continue to move forward so that we don't go back to where we were 17, 20 years ago.
I guess the one, if I was just to pick one thing that was really neat about your mother, was that she never judged any of us. She just set an expectation that anyone can participate and make a difference. And she would let you know if you were not pulling your weight. And so it may be painful for you, but really rejoice, because as you can probably tell, it's not where you come from, it's what you do when you're there. And Concha really taught a lot of people that I don't care where you come from, but while you're here in this neighborhood, there's an expectation that you will be better. And when you leave, it should be better when you leave than it was when you got here. So the people who were participating always knew that you had to get something done. You had to be open to work with people that may look different than you, that may have a different educational background, that may have a different life experience, but we're here to try to make this neighborhood better. And I believe it's pretty clear that Concha did that.
Yes, my name is Greg Anderson. I used to be the building director here at the city, and code enforcement was under our purview. I made the mistake of mentioning at a city council meeting that we wanted to move from reactive to proactive code enforcement. Before I could get out the door, Concha was in my face in a very kind way, said, "Are you serious about what you said?" And I said, I think so. And anyway, she and Connie, I got to say that, you know, I almost hesitated to come down here. Because everything I've heard down here is so true. I can't add anything to it except to say that Concha's participation and her commitment to improving her community changed the way the city did code enforcement and changed the way the city did policing. And, you know, that is just, hearing all of the list of things that happened, it just brought back this flood of memories, and Concha was behind so much of that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take a picture here, if you would, Debbie. Could I get the tall gentleman on the back and the good-looking ladies up front? So I gotta... Yeah, they said, talk, guys. Ladies, get up front up there. Come on. We're gonna go back. By the way, I was thinking while the conversation was going on, I thought thing that would cheer you up is getting that dog. Let's hear it for this lovely group. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate that. Debbie, go ahead.
Next, we have the proclamation for Hunger Action Month. Would the following individuals please come forward? Kristen Astor, manager of the Hunger Advocacy Network. Annabelle Harari, Food Justice Fellow from the Hunger Advocacy Network. And Madeline Hennessy, Communications Coordinator for Feeding America San Diego.
Please, Debbie.
Proclamation in honor of Hunger Action Month. Whereas food insecurity and hunger are a fact of life for thousands of low-income citizens in the county of San Diego and are associated with poor nutrition, obesity, and other adverse health outcomes, and whereas more than 39 million people, or 1 in 6 Americans, live in food insecure households, and very low food security has increased over the last few years. And whereas the need in San Diego County is great, with more than 450,000 people facing food insecurity, including nearly 1 in 4 children who do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas it is estimated that 105 million pounds of food are needed to eliminate hunger in San Diego County. And whereas substantial progress has been made in reducing the incidence of hunger and food insecurity in San Diego County, yet certain populations remain vulnerable to hunger and the negative effects of food deprivation, including the working poor, the elderly, children, homeless individuals, migrant workers, and Native Americans. And whereas September is Hunger Action Month, and the City of Oceanside is partnering with the Hunger Advocacy Network to urge individuals to speak out against hunger in their communities. And whereas the City of Oceanside is committed to recognizing and honoring campaigns that support increased access to healthy and nutritious foods for residents, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim September 2014 as Hunger Action Month. Furthermore, I wish to commend the Hunger Advocacy Network for this worthy campaign and for their tireless efforts to prevent hunger in our community. Issued this 10th day of September 2014.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Wood, and thank you to your staff as well for their strong support. We really appreciate this. You heard the statistics. 1 in 6 San Diegans face food insecurity, meaning they don't always know where their next meal is going to come from. We live in such a beautiful community that sometimes we can forget about these facts of life, but it's important for us to keep on paying attention to it. One particularly interesting fact that just came about through a study that Feeding America San Diego did was that 27% of the people that they serve currently have a member that is in the military or previously lived in the military. That's It's 27%. The majority of people who receive food assistance in the area are working. They're hardworking families. These are people in our community. The face of hunger is changing. People are being forced to eat food past its expiration just to get enough food. They're forced to choose between paying for their medical bills and paying for food. So proclamations like this are just so important so that we all keep on paying attention to these vital issues and continue to work together to end hunger in our community.
This is truly a pervasive and important issue in our community in San Diego, so I really appreciate and want to thank the City of Oceanside for recognizing this.
I'll second Annabelle's comments. Really thank you to the City of Oceanside for all your support for Hunger Action Month. We really appreciate it. So thanks again.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. When you have wonderful people like this come up here and get involved, and obviously they have a lot of compassion and big hearts, I thank you too, because it's not easy. Seems like what you do is like a drop in the bucket, but at least you're doing something, and I thank you for coming here and spreading the word with all the people. And I see the agricultural people out there saying, yeah, there's your, that, you wouldn't have food if they don't grow things, and we have a problem out here with our water shortages. Does that help you, Aaron? And Al, thank you very much. And I'd like a picture with us, so if we can do that, please. And for the certificate, thank you. Let's hear it from these wonderful people too. Thank you.
Next, we have a proclamation for Constitution Week, Daughters of the American Revolution, Santa Margarita Chapter. Please come forward when I call your name. Linda Reynolds, Regent. Wanda Prosser, Past Regent. And Adele Lancaster, Past Regent. Proclamation in honor of Constitution Week, September 17th through 23rd, 2014. Whereas September 17th, 2014 marks the 227th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim September 17th through 23rd, 2014 as Constitution Week, and urge our citizens to reaffirm the ideals the farmers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Issued this 10th day of September, 2014.
Mayor Wood, council members, and citizens of this great country. I'm Linda Ramos, and I'm the Regent of Santa Margarita Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, the DAR. Our chapter was chartered in 1929 as the Oceanside Chapter, but as we grew, the name was changed to encompass the region. September 17th will be the 227th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution of the United States of America. The tradition of celebrating Constitution Week was started many years ago by the Daughters of the American Revolution. In 1955, the DAR petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th through the 23rd annually to be dedicated for the observance of Constitution Week. The resolution was later adopted by the U.S. Congress and on August 2nd, 1956, signed into Public Law Number 915 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower. I'm here tonight as a member of Oceanside Santa Margarita Chapter, DAR, to ask that you join us in this celebration of this marvelous document that we live by. Remember, we do live in this great country, and this Constitution is the laws that we live under. Let's protect it.
You can take just a very small active part and say to yourself, I remembered. On the 17th of September, at 1 o'clock, join millions of people across our country who will be ringing bells in bells across America. It makes no difference where you are, 1 o'clock, stop, and you will be part of the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all here because of that Constitution. It makes America wonderful. These ladies come every year, and I want to thank them for what they do and what they say. It makes America what it is, and God bless you all for being here. We'll get a picture, and let's hear it for them, though. I think my bad. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
No, I don't need, I'm just going to do it from here. Put this up there. It's on the overhead. I'm just going to read it. All right, well, I guess I'm up next. I don't need to go up and do this. Tonight, I placed an item on the agenda to recognize Senator Mark Weiland. Senator Weiland has served 14 years in the California legislature, 6 years as a state assembly person, and 2 terms of state senate. Senator Weiland has been a champion for education reform, including restoring career technical education, expanding STEM education, and enhancing civics education in our high schools. His legacy includes tax fighting record as a fiscal conservative and being a strong taxpayer advocate. He's been a leader when it comes to transparency in government, spending, and an advocate for veterans and supporting our military. I'm asking the council this evening to join me in adopting this proclamation. If you can go to the overhead, Zach. Oh, is it on? Okay, I got the wrong button. Okay. The proclamation recognizing Senator Mark Weiland for his commitment to the and years of dedicated and faithful service to the citizens of Oceanside. I'd like to move adoption of this proclamation.
I second that.
Thank you. This proclamation will be presented next week at Senator Weiland's Helen Farewell ceremony down in the southern part of the district. Mark is not leaving public service. Mark is actually starting an educational foundation to continue his fight for education in our public schools. He's a very big champion of civics education, and he's probably one of the prime movers for career and technical education in our high schools, as we tend to move away from that, but we don't have the skilled people out there to fix our cars, to fix our air conditioners, those type of things. And Mark's been a real proponent of that type of education in our high schools to teach those students coming out that there is other jobs out there besides going to college. So with that, thank you very much. We have a move and second. I don't think there's any public on this.
No public on this item.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I moved and Jack seconded. So I open to my colleagues and then we'll, yeah. Well, there's no council comments. I'm kind of zipping through this pretty quick. All right, thanks.
Motion approved 5-0.
Good. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you guys won't know out there that age is a factor. I forget things. And a couple of things if I may. You're going to go back to 17 in a moment, and then over explain item 18 and 19.
Yes, item number 18 has been removed from the agenda by staff.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to go first, and not first, but next with closed session report from our city attorney, Mr. Mullen. Would you please?
Thank you. The council met in closed session to discuss the following items. First, council met on labor negotiations involving the Oceanside Firefighters Association and the Oceanside Police Officers Association. There's no action to report at this time. Council also met on 2 pending litigation matters. First, Miller versus City, case number 37, 2011, 90665. That is an informational only item. There was no action taken. Council also met on City of El Centro et al. Versus David Lanier et al. And in that matter, the council voted 3-2, Mayor Wood and Deputy Mayor Sanchez opposed to appeal the trial court's judgment in that case. That was all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information in the audience, I'm going to go to item brought on the agenda, and after that I am going to jump ahead, I'm sorry to say. Item 28, so prepare yourself for that. I was asked to move it up, but with that, I just want you to please go with Miss Kathy and I go first.
Number 25. Yeah.
Hey, Kathy! Is that the end before midnight? I know.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, viewing public, and of course attendees. My name is Kathy Nikon with Main Street Oceanside, and of course I wanted to thank Secretary Beck for the 9/11 remembrance. We all appreciate our service members, our public safety, and our first responders, and of course our public servants, especially on 9/11, because we all remember where we are. A few things, all the information about the downtown and all of our events on our website, mainstreetoceanside.com, and of course on Facebook. So I wanted to remind everybody that Thursday is Market Day in Oceanside, and of course we have our traditional farmers market from 9 to 1 and the Sunset Market from 5 to 9 p.m. We do have a couple of events coming up from the Sunset Market. October 2nd is Candidate Night. It's a great event and a perfect time to meet your local county and state offices, those that are running for those offices. We have over a dozen candidates that night that you can do a personal meet and greet, find out their views and tell them your concerns. And of course, October 30th is our 7th annual Haunted Market. But I have these two nice ladies here with me because we want to talk about the event on Saturday, which is Taste of Oceanside. It's a great event, September 13th, this Saturday, noon to 4. And of course, we partnered with a lot of different organizations. These two ladies, of course, are with organizations that have helped us develop this program. There will be 17 restaurants participating with lots of samples, and of course 9 strip stops and businesses right in your local downtown. Of course, the information is on tasteofoceanside.com, but I brought Kim from That Boy Good Barbecue because she is providing, she's a sponsor and also providing a few items for that day, and of course we all love barbecue, so I thought I'd let her step in. Kim, why don't you tell us about it?
Good evening, everybody. My name's Kim from That's Really Good Barbecue. I'm so excited to be a part of the first Taste of Oceanside. It's very exciting. We went on KUSI this morning, and we looked very good. It was Flying Pig, myself, Mission Grill, and LTH, the local tap house. So we looked extremely good on television. People are going to start noticing Oceanside and come down here for some amazing food. I can't say enough how excited I am for those things. Oh, well, of course we're having dry rub smoked baby back ribs with our little taste, as well as the 3-cheese mac and cheese. So you're going to come down. We are also bringing in some music for the outside. So we're going to have tasting on one side of our outside of our building, and the other side of the doors we're going to have some live music. I'm getting some local folks come in and just play a little blues music while we're walking down the street. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. I can't wait.
And of course, coming to us from the city, from our Zero Waste program, and also to talk about their partnership, and also what she wants to provide to our council members. So Colleen, why don't you tell us about what you're up to?
Good evening. Well, first of all, I'd like to say I had some of that barbecue this morning at KUSI. It was excellent. So this is an exciting event. It's actually a partnership opportunity between Main Street Oceanside and the Zero Waste program with the city of Oceanside. A couple weeks ago, we were talking with Main Street Oceanside, and they were telling myself and my staff about this event, and we were talking about ways in which we can zero waste the event. Since, as you know, Oceanside is a leader in Southern California. We're the first city in San Diego to be a zero waste city. And so we wanted to zero waste this event. So one of my staff members, unfortunately she couldn't make it tonight, but I do want to recognize her, Jenna Rorapa. She was talking about how we can zero waste the event, and we realized in our studies with the event that the event would literally generate 15,000 plastic forks in a 4-hour period with over 1,000 tastings at each restaurant. We wanted to eliminate that, so she came up with the idea to develop a souvenir fork. So this fork is going to be handed out to all the participants at the event. It'll be the fork that they use throughout the event, and please be assured there will be no double dipping. All tastings will be plated, and there will be extra forks if people need an extra fork. But what's really exciting about this is that one fork eliminates over 15,000 plastic forks and really helps our community be a lead in zero waste. And no other tasting has done a fork like this, and now it's the preferred choice. So anyways, I'd like to thank Main Street for taking the effort to be a zero waste leader, and the City Council for supporting it.
All right. Yay. Thank you, Colleen. We do have one for each one of the council members, of course. Tickets are on sale at tasteofoceanside.com. You have a choice of having food only, sip only, or food and sip together. We do have limited tickets, so please go to our website. There is a map on there of all the sites. You'll be provided a lanyard like what I have on now, and of course, a fork. So please, if you have any questions, go to our website or call us at Main Street Oceanside. We hope to see you all there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Kathy, we appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, other items are not on the agenda.
Yes, we have a number of people wishing to speak on items not on the agenda. I'll call you two at a time. Just to remind the public that we do have a decorum policy in place, so I would just encourage as much respect showcased to the body of the council as possible, and please do so in a clear manner. But obviously it's your First Amendment right to speak what's on your mind, but just please do so in a respectful manner. And at this time, I will call forward Joan Brubaker and then Linda Walshaw.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Have you noticed the signs around town
They have a dark blue background, and now I've noticed that one has red letters. Thank goodness. That yellow kind of reminded me of something from a wound that's emitting something. Anyway, that isn't the subject I want to talk on. You notice there's 2 sheets of headlines here that are from a year back, almost. I had the delightful experience of being able to stay at the harbor overnight a short time ago. Had dinner over at Jolly Roger and watched the boats, all the people on their surfboards, some standing and others not. It was very enjoyable. The harbor is indeed a beauty and a charm for Oceanside. As you can probably tell, maybe you can't tell the dates, but these headlines were from the period about a year ago when some of the council was trying to outsource management of the harbor. I equate outsourcing a job such as that against employees of the city as a renter in the rental property, and an owner with owning a property. Which do you think takes care of the property better? I would say probably the owner. Likewise, an employee of the city has a personal pride working for the city. Of course, they get a pension too, and that's been the crux of a lot of arguments. But believe me, the harbor is a gem. We need to keep it for Oceanside, run by Oceanside, and left just for Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Linda Walshaw, Vice President of Action, representing the manufactured home communities. For those voters who have not yet seen last Thursday's candidate forum on KOCT, they did not hear Mr. Kern and Mr. Fillion refer to Proposition E, which would have ended Oceanside's rent control for seniors, veterans, and disabled and low-income families as a dead issue or wedge issue. We urge all voters to pay attention as they drive past the 18 manufactured home parks here in Oceanside. Notice whose campaign signs are visible on the fences surrounding these parks. Those signs belong to Mr. Kern and are there in advance of the coming election only with the permission of the park owners, none of whom live in Oceanside, but whose multi-million-dollar profits are siphoned off to other wealthier communities where they live, like Pacific Palisades, Point Loma, and Malibu. To date, Oceanside park owners have contributed $27,500 to Mr. Kern and Mr. Fillion's re-election campaigns, $13,500 of which was contributed by one park owner alone. Mr. Fillion said on KOCT that these monies are thank yous to these council members for past actions. What would park owners be thanking them for? Mr. Kern and Mr. Fillion lost the 2012 property election on behalf of those park owners 2-1. The answer is that Oceanside park owners' efforts to end space rent protections for thousands of manufactured homeowners never ended. They do not need to pass another ordinance to end rent control in Oceanside, but park owners do need votes on this council to implement other tactics. By removing landscaping, flowers, trees, grass, and shrubs, painting fire lanes in front of every home, allowing roads to crumble, common areas to fall into disrepair, home values plummet. In certain parks, whose owners contribute to Mr. Kern and Mr. Fillion, home values are about half those in surrounding parks, not experiencing these tactics. For example, a 2005 three-bedroom home sold in one park where there are problems for about $72,000, less than half its current value. Right around the corner, a two-bedroom 1970s home in a beautifully landscaped park is currently listed for $172,000. A park owner must approve a buyer to move into a park. By bringing in hostile managers, interfering with and blocking home sales, homeowners are unable to sell homes even when they need to go into assisted living or hospice. Families often have to sell to the park owner for pennies to avoid paying space rent on an empty home they cannot sell, money that they need to pay their loved ones' final medical expenses. Oceanside has a zoning conversion ordinance that states in part that a park owner may apply to convert zoning on all or any portion of a park. In other words, a park owner can argue that homes he acquires are now his own personal rental properties, no longer covered under rent control. If granted, he can then give notice of termination to remaining homeowners. To further explain why park owners would be donating large sums of money to these council members, the ordinance goes further. It states if a park owner claims it would create a financial hardship to relocate people, they have the authority, this council has the authority to reduce or eliminate that relocation requirement. A dead issue, a wedge issue, far from it. Thousands of homeowners' homes are at stake, and we do not appreciate being lightly dismissed by this council. In 2012, we told the council voters will remember in 2014. Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline, this is the last sentence. Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline, you're still not listening. We're here tonight to ask, can you hear us now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joan Kidner and Barry Horton.
Good evening.
My name is Joan Kintner. I live in Henny Hills in Oceanside. And I'd like to join the people who have taken a stand against animal abuse and exploitation that is so prevalent in our country, and ask that Oceanside Puppy and any other stores that get their dogs from puppy mills be banned from Oceanside. Dogs play such an important role in our society, not just as wonderful companions, but in many ways they serve us human beings. The treatment many of them receive back from us is unconscionable. Good people try to stop it, but it's a never-ending battle against the people who do it and the people who just don't care. Puppy mills are just one example of how badly we treat dogs. I've heard people say it takes your breath away to go into these places and see how these dogs live out their lives. Shutting down one pet store that makes money off the suffering of animals won't make a dent in the revenue Oceanside gets, but it will make a statement that we are the kind of people who will not ignore or tolerate that kind of suffering, and we won't tolerate it in Oceanside. The list of outstanding and great individuals throughout history who have stated that people can be judged by how they treat animals is long and impressive. As a resident, I wish that the people that live in Oceanside would be judged as good and kind people in a good and kind city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Horton, 200 North El Camino, number 168.
Hold the mic up a little bit, please. Thank you. I'm old.
Is that good?
Yeah.
I'm talking on the status quo that I heard a couple nights ago in another forum. Status quo means existing conditions. Does anyone really want the same old crap we've had for so long now? I don't think so. I see why 3 of the council choose this, so they can continue to be the speakers for us, that they're really not speaking for us, but for the developers and cronies. A famous leader said of the status quo, you know, that is Latin for the mess we're in. And that person was Ronald Reagan. They chose to sit upon their laurel. November 4th, we citizens will choose to give them the big, hearty laugh. I want a new quo, that of terminus a quo, which means a new starting point. That will begin November 5th, 2014. And remember, don't believe in turn.
Next, we have Tony Davis and Millie. So sorry, I was having a hard time pronouncing it. So sorry, Millie. Palater.
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a concerned parent and citizen. I continue to appear and speak for the growing number of residents who want Oceanside to update the outdated public swimming facility at Brooks. We understand that there was a study requested by the City Council for the city manager to investigate estimates on updating that pool. I don't know if we have any new information on that yet, but that was where we left off, I think, at the beginning of summer. we hope that study is somewhere near completion and look forward to learning the outcome of that study. Currently, the El Camino and Oceanside water polo teams are kicking off seasons with larger turnouts than they've ever seen. So water sports continue to grow, and we need to help them grow. My son is a member of the Wildcats, so this is important to me personally. Also of note, the Oceanside Swim Club's annual Pier Swim happened on Labor Day to benefit that nonprofit swim club. And they had a little under 500 people swim around the pier. So I think swimming and water sports are pretty darn important to Oceanside residents based on that group of people going out there in such a strong response to a swimming event and an event that supports a swim club, a nonprofit swim club. So swimming is an important part of the local culture. We need to continue to push for this updated swim facility. The current 50-year-old Brooks pool is not, it's non-competition, it's non-efficient, and it's just completely outdated, as all of us know. I've heard endless stories about everybody taking their sons and daughters and their sons and daughters to swim lessons there, and that's awesome, but we need to update this pool before, it gets so old it explodes. And currently it's been breaking down pretty much once a month. So I look forward to this report and some movement on getting us a new updated swim facility. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe Ms. Lawrence may have an update on when that study is going to be finished and brought to the council.
Please go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez, Honorable Mayor, Council members, as I understand it, the study is still underway. We hope we'll have it wrapped up in the next month or so.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for...
Can't hear you. Speak up a little louder, please.
Thank you very much for your hard work to maintain the city. And I have been receiving some information from Parks and Recreation Department and also other people that are involved in this project. And I'm so thankful that you promised and then you are following up with your work, your word, that last time you mentioned us that you will definitely look into the renovation and maybe possible building of new aquatic center. I really appreciate it. It's just there was a story about Miss Concha Green, and that's really encouraging for me to see that everybody is really appreciating her and her work, and then that's all her inspiration is that anybody can be a reader, and I think that you all are a reader, and we think that we want to be a reader, and I'd like to support Oceanside aquatic programs in the city. By the way, there is the event that Taste of Ocean, the 13th of this month. So happens to be we are doing the fundraiser for the water polo programs and swimming programs for the Oceanside on the same day, but afternoon at tap room. So if you'd like to support us and in the fundraising for the high school kids, after tasting at the Oceanside event, please come by and join us supporting the high school kids aquatic programs. Just have a cold drink and then support them, please.
Where's this at and when?
At the tap room. It's on the Roima Street on the 76th.
Behind Yum Yum.
Yeah. They've been supporting us, and we've been raising funds to buy them possibly buy the new scoring board, which is really outdated, together just like that. Swimming pool. We are trying to raise funds for them. Thank you very much.
What day is that?
This Saturday,
This Saturday.
After the Taste of Oceanside event ends at 4 p.m., we start at 5 p.m., so please join us. Thank you.
Next we have Maria Russell and Melda Brindley.
Good evening, Mayor Wood. Good
Good evening, Mayor Wood and City Council. My name is Maria Russell. I'm a 13-year resident of the East Side neighborhood. On November 4th, in 2013, an article was published in the Coast News with the caption, "Emergency Winter Shelters Banned in Downtown Beach Area." The vote was 3-2 with Mayor Wood and Councilmember Sanchez as a no vote. Councilmember Jerry Kern was quoted in saying it was the city council's duty to protect neighborhoods because homeless shelters attract a nuisance. I find that lacking in integrity and leadership. Here are a few photos. I apologize on my photos. Somebody's going to do slides, but it didn't turn out. Here are a few photos I took of the homeless in our area. People are literally living out of shopping carts or sleeping in cardboard boxes. It kind of reminds me of the historical 1929 Depression, where there was two Americas, the folks with money and the folks that lived in Hooterville. I went back a few days later, and it was all cleared out. Instead of sweeping the homeless situation under the rug, why not have foresight and start to address the crisis? There are 264 cities, like San Francisco, Baltimore, and Portland, just to name a few, that are moving forward and adopting innovative ideas like Project Homeless Connect, or PHC. A simple idea, bringing all services providers under one roof for an all-day fair. This is done 5 times a year. PHC is supported through public and private funding, and the savings are reflected in the lower emergency costs by just doing private care or preventative care. In fact, the model was so successful right off the bat that it soon was adopted by the Department of Housing and Urban Development as the best practices for cities to address the homeless. Councilmember Kern, I appreciate you supporting Brother Benno's, but it's not enough. The answer is collective partnerships with community, nonprofit, and also, yes, government. This will start to make a dent in the homeless crisis. Lastly, I urge everyone to get involved. Vote this dysfunctional council out. We need a fresh start with council members that are willing to work with all Oceanside residents and not just a few developers. Thank you. Respectfully.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, ladies and gentlemen. The wonderful Winston Churchill was attending a party, and the poor man made the mistake of offending Lady Astor. So she sashayed over to him and said, "Sir, if you were my husband, I would put poison in your drink." And he said, "Madam, if I was your husband, I would drink it." Now, unfortunately, I don't know Lady Astor, where I can rely on her for a nice smooth bottle of cyanide when the political situation gets rough. So instead, we have to look the homeless situation, particularly with the veterans, in the eye and do the best we can with it. And some of the statistics are alarming. 22 veterans every day commit suicide. That is 10 times larger than the amount of men who die on the field of battle in the same time frame. In California, the suicide rate among veterans is 3 times higher than civilians. 1 in 4 of the homeless is a veteran. San Diego has the 4th largest veteran homeless population in the United States. San Diego is the #1 destination, and I found this really surprising, is the #1 destination for all returning veterans from the Iraqi and the Afghanistan wars. 8,500 are homeless in San Diego, and that includes Oceanside, and 35% of the 8,500 are veterans.
When Mr. Kern and Feline voted to end rent protection for over 4,000 people, there were the homeless veterans that were living in there, and it really hurt them, the seniors and the veterans. And it's just unfortunate, because that's not standing by the men and women who are giving their lives for us. I met with a veteran not long ago, not that far from here, and I asked him, why did you come here to Oceanside? And he said, because it's a place where I can hide, I can find a place to sleep, and the cops won't bother me. I did not serve 5 years in the United States Army during the Vietnam War to accept the unacceptable. The homeless problem has to end. We have to do something about it. Now the question is, what can we do, and why do we do it? Because obviously we're not listened to. We do it because it's the right thing to do, and because we have to live with ourselves.
Next we have Diana Sun and Leslie Davies. And Leslie.
Hi, council members. Haywood. I'm going to share with you an email that was sent to.
A little louder for us too, if you would, please. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Can you just get it up here? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The first thing, this one right there, the one that says no pets allowed, is an email that David Salinas, the owner of the Oceanside Puppy Mill store, sent to his email base, all his clients. And this is an email that says, hi there, get a puppy with the doctor's note. We have many customers walk into our store and fall in love with their puppies, only to walk out disappointed due to their department's no pet policy. Well, we found a solution. We can help. If you're interested in getting the puppy in a no pet policy apartment or home, call us today. And what they do is they refer you to this website over here, and you pay $200, and they will supply you with a note from a doctor saying that you are entitled to have a pet. Now, I'm not sure if this is illegal, but I definitely am sure that it's unethical. And the unfortunate thing, this type of business practice is really detrimental to the people who actually have a legitimate need for an emotional support dog. Councilman Kern and Councilman Feline, there is a reason why the San Diego City Council unanimously voted to ban this store from their city. We elect our officials to help protect our local consumers from bad business practices. Councilman Kern and Councilman Feline, there is an election in November, and when we go to the polls, we will remember who voted to allow this store into our city, and that is why I'm supporting Chuck Lowry and Dana Corso in this upcoming election. Thank you.
Next we have Javier Treviso and Susie Schroyer.
Good evening.
Hello, Mayor, Jim Wood, and council members. My name is Javier Treviso, and I've been a resident of Oceanside since 1997, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the Oceanside Puppy Mill. Not because I'm against business, but it's just morally right to do. And I want to just thank the city clerk for his opening prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. And when he prayed for the betterment of Oceanside. And when we were done praying, I looked at all the council members, and they all said, amen, which means that you're in agreement with the prayer. And then in the Pledge of Allegiance, we were talking about justice and liberty for all. And I believe that that all also reflects animals. And so one thing that I'm just really concerned with is the mill that these puppies come from. Is just really a terrible place for them to live. Imagine yourself in a park, running by a lake, enjoying the sun, the flowers, just having a really beautiful time, enjoying the day. Now imagine yourself in a cage, locked up in a building with no sun, fecal matter on the floor, just living conditions that are just intolerable. That's what these dogs live in. So, as a member of the city of Oceanside, I just ask that we do the right thing and not tolerate these type of business practices in the city of Oceanside to make our city a cutting edge, setting the example for other cities to follow. A good example is the recent ban on one-day plastic use bags in California. Imagine all the attention that the state of California is getting. Well, if we do the right thing, we'll also get attention from other cities and making people want to do business with the city of Oceanside. And it's just the right thing to do. So thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you.
Susie Schroyer. I live at 276 North El Camino Real in Oceanside. Honorable Mayor and Deputy Mayor Sanchez and other council members. I'm going to pick up on the homeless issue again. Mr. Kern, at last month's council meeting, you were offended when one of your constituents said that you did not support the homeless. You said you helped out Provadino once when they needed a building, and you seemed to be angry that you even asked for an apology from that person, even though she was no longer present. You do not deserve an apology. You passed the resolution number 13-RO693-1 on October 16, 2013. The First Christian Church on Freeman Street downtown was doing what it could for the homeless, but you shut down Christian charity for that area. Apparently, the homeless were being blamed for a lot of things that anybody could have done, but instead of helping out, you shut down the church. The Coast News quoted you this way: "Homeless shelters attract a nuisance here," Kern said. "The city is 42 square miles, excluding 5 miles is not that bad." And, you said, "I understand compassion, but we can't allow neighborhoods to get run down," he added. Also from the Coast News article, a church elder said that the First Christian Church works with Provadino to feed and clothe the homeless and is known as the Western Arm. So basically you helped out Provadino to get a building, but you didn't help the homeless to get a building. And then you shut down the Western Arm of Provadino's Well, you have a house and a home, so you can say it's not that bad. And please do not be offended when I remind you that you and Mr. Feline do not support homelessness in Oceanside, because you tried to give away our house and the homes in the other Oceanside manufactured home parks. When it comes down to property rights of Oceanside citizens versus property rights for outside interests,
You passed a law against my property rights and the property rights of all manufactured home owners. 15,000 citizens signed against that law, and you still tried to pass Prop E and Prop F, and it's not a good issue. Citizens of Oceanside, if you want someone to support Oceanside, you can't vote for the incumbents. I vote for Dana Corso and Chuck Lowry. Thank you.
Next, we have David Terrell and Pam Chambers.
Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Mr. Sanchez, rest of the council. I'm David Terrell, 276 North El Camino Real, and I'm here to talk about Oceanside, prosperity, jobs, and homes. Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline, you're too pleased with yourselves. In the debate recently, Mr. Feline said that if you like economic prosperity, vote for the incumbents. If you like jobs, vote for the incumbents. You implied that if you want a great place to call home, vote for the incumbents. This is not exactly true. If you want economic prosperity and you're a building developer, vote for the incumbents. One developer is building a $20 million hotel near the beach, and you're giving him $17 million. I can afford to build that hotel with that money. You gave them, and you exempted them from taxes after giving away our tax money. You promised jobs when you paid for another hotel. Turns out you imported workers from Arizona to build that hotel. Oceanside workers get all the minimum wage jobs. In their list of 2014's most and least recession-recovered cities, WalletHub.com reported in the Coast News, gave Oceanside the rank of number 126 out of 150 of the largest cities nationwide. We beat Boise, Phoenix, and most of Orange County. Cities in Ohio, Florida, and Missouri were among the ones that beat us. Is your campaign slogan almost as good as Michigan? Maybe you like St. Petersburg, is only twice as good as us. As for a great place to call home, you tried to give away my house. When it comes down to property rights for Oceanside citizens versus property rights for outside interests, you passed a law against my property rights, and then 15,000 Oceanside citizens signed against it, and then you tried to pass Prop E and Prop F. If you want economic prosperity, if you want a great place to call home, you can't vote for the incumbents. Vote for Chuck Lowry and Dana Corso.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Pam Chambers, 1922 Freeman Street in Oceanside. I'd like to thank all the council members for what you do in Oceanside. Everyone in this room is committed to bettering Oceanside, and I think we can all agree on that. Through the efforts, however, of the majority of the council members, Jerry Kern, Gary Feline, and Jack Feller, we have a few facts that need to be pointed out. We now have balanced budgets. Our fiscal house is in order. Our crime is low due to working with police officers, neighborhoods, and businesses. The exciting new businesses and the exciting new atmosphere in Oceanside doesn't just happen. It takes solid relationships with schools, our colleges, Tri-City Hospital, airport, our Veterans Association, other cities, and many, many more organizations. Thank you for establishing those relationships and keeping our city growing. I'd like to quote the commanding general who was here a few weeks ago from Camp Pendleton, who said after being at Pendleton over years and years and years, in the last year and a half, Oceanside has never looked better. And I agree with him. I hope we can keep going forward with the council majority we have now. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Dorothy McCorkle and Linda Sills.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Dorothy McCorkle from 4610 Bristol Cohen Court, Oceanside. I'm here to present initially some statistics. We have just received information from the San Diego Humane Society that 15,000 animals will be admitted to the San Diego Humane Society shelters this year. Many will be classified as, quote, untreatable and unhealthy, and they will be killed. At least 3,000 treatable pets in our shelters will be killed for lack of homes. At the same time, you have heard a lot about puppy mills, and our city council majority here has been shown the facts and the information proving that Oceanside Puppy is selling dogs from puppy mills. Some people don't understand what a puppy mill is. It's a mass production of puppies and unsanitary and situations where medical aid is not available. Our shelters, by law, must spay and neuter all pets prior to adoption. Oceanside Puppy is not required to do that. In fact, Oceanside Puppy can tell people that they'll make up the cost of these expensive animals by breeding them. After all, the exponential unregistered growth of new litters adds more animals, takes away homes, and means more unnecessary killing. It's simple arithmetic. One dog bred, one dog dead. There's another issue too, and this is an article from the Humane Society of the United States. Scientific studies have proven that animal abuse and child abuse go hand in hand. Investigations of puppy mill breeding violations often discover tragic child abuse as well. Think about that. Here's a quote: "For some people who endanger the health and lives of dogs for profit, often endanger the health and lives of children. Puppy mill operators don't see reality. Dogs sitting in feces, algae-covered food bowls and slowly starving. This kind of neglect of basic sanitation, proper food, and medical care can affect their children as well. It's a dirty business. The City Council will not ban at this time this operation, and there are many good reasons to do that. Mr. Phelan and Mr. Karn, it's my understanding that you have accepted campaign dollars from this store owner, and yet you have refused to listen to the evidence. Very likely, you are actually aiding, contributing, and abetting to criminal behavior. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Linda Sills, and I thought it was perfect timing to do the rebuttal of the love fest with the incumbents here. And this moving forward, there's been a lot of debate lately on the improvements to Oceanside. The articles in the Coast News have reflected small business owners' discontent with the mess on Mission Avenue. If anyone here thinks that changing these streets will bring economic growth to our city, they should do a refresher course on Economy 101. It was my understanding that having a charter city would give more flexibility away from state regulations. Apparently that is not the case, because Oceanside is marching in lockstep with the Green Monster. We must have gotten money from entities like Sandag or the state of California for those ugly Dayglow green pedestrian signs, and so did Carlsbad, because they are all the same. Homogenizing the entire region to be clones of each other is not a good idea, as it is only the beginning of something far more sinister. Oh, you can mock, you can dismiss and vilify these statements, but the end goal will not just determine the appearance of your town. It will determine your water,
food, housing, travel, healthcare, and children's education. Not only will there be rationing in these areas, but your choices and freedom will become minuscule if even left in place at all. My choices for a common sense day this November will be Chuck Lowry and Dana Corso. Thank you.
Our final two speakers are Midori Simovic and Thomas Kraus. So this time, Thomas Kraus may come forward.
So council, and residents.
So Carl Thomas, I know you might pull that mic all the way straight up because you're obviously very... Thank you.
Anyhow, I'd like to thank the council for giving me an opportunity to speak, and my name is Thomas Kraus. I am a candidate for California Assembly in the 76th District that represents Oceanside, Carlsbad, Vista, and Encinitas. And I just want to take the opportunity to come and introduce myself and to highlight my platform. My interest is to run to serve every voter in every city in the district, not just those who voted for a winner or for those who have the resources to contribute to political campaigns. I understand that my opponent formerly served on this council, and in walking through the district and talking to hundreds of residents, I understand that a number of people were less than pleased with the service and the votes and the public policy positions of my opponent. I'd like to introduce myself and let people know that they have another choice in this upcoming election in November. I also happen to be a registered Republican, but I consider myself to be very much an independent thinker, again, interested in serving the people and no one else, no particular party or ideology. To give you an example of the sorts of policy views that I would like to bring to Sacramento, first of all, we need to make government more accountable to the people, to improve campaign finance reform so that the incentives are not to try to pass loopholes and laws to favor corporate business interests over those of the current and future generations. I think we should have a higher minimum wage. I think that's very relevant to a lot of people, not just because for human dignity reasons, but also because letting companies exploit labor at, in effect, below living wages is really just a subsidy that the taxpayers have to provide to the businesses. And the minimum wage on an inflation-adjusted basis is about half of what it was 25 or 30 years ago. On the other hand, I am very concerned, certainly about taxpayer rights and the budget difficulties that we're just finally working our way out of in California. And I would say that the biggest issue is the $64 billion that's currently slated to be spent on high-speed rail, which could better be used for other water and local transportation infrastructure projects. Whoever has seen a $60 billion government program come in on budget or on time, I'd like to meet you. Because when we find ourselves $30 billion into that thing for a connection between Bakersfield and Madera, I wonder what choices we're going to have. In any event, there's more information available on my website, krausforassembly.com, and looking forward to participating on some additional KLC TV programs, and I look forward to meeting as many of you personally as I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Mary Palaferri and Victor Roy.
My colleague, that's it. There you go.
Yeah. I'm Nellie Palaferri, and I live at 221 North El Camino Real. And I'm here to particularly address this project, and I wonder who should I address my comments to in there's an error in the financing, and I wanted to clarify it for the public. Do I just open address what the comment is? First of all, $800,000 was the cost for the 1.acre site. But then when it goes down to explain, the project costs will be $20 million. And the city will put on 8.5. Now, the article does say, including $6 million in bond revenue and 2.5 million in transit funds. That makes the 8.5, does it not? Is that correct? It's not plus. I'm just telling you that the public added that on, so they had you paying $17 million when it's really 8.5 plus $800,000.
Actually, it's to, well, finish, we'll respond.
That's it on that. The point is, there are many projects happening. However, each project has a question, and the threads that run through all these questions have to do with property usage and monies. I want to go then just quickly to El Corazon. 20 fields you say that you're going to have versus in Rancho Santa Fe they have one field, they put up temporary toilets, etc. And it says here that no permanent structures such as snack bar, restrooms, bleachers are planned. Well, it just seems to me when you have that many people, they ain't going to come back. Because who wants to, with that many people, who wants to go to a toilet for lease? The only other item that I had, again, money. A consultant, the return of Mr. Weiss, is a former employee. And so he's being paid a salary as a consultant and also receiving pension funds. I think we need to look at how we're spending our money. Thank you.
Last, we have Victor Roy.
And good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Deputy Mayor Sanchez, Mr. Kern,
Demoted to secretary.
Mr. Feller, and Mr. Pauline, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to urge all the voters of Oceanside, please come out and vote in the coming November elections. We have a great opportunity to bring in some fresh blood into this council. And so I would urge you to vote for Dana Corso, for Chuck Lowry, for the district, the 76th district. We have Thomas Kraus, who just spoke a little while ago. These are all very adept people. They know what they're doing, but they're going to bring in a lot of new ideas, innovations, things that will be very suitable for the city of Oceanside, for the neighborhoods, listening to the people and being able to bring the city even greater prosperity than where we are now. So thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
No further public on this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments. The other thing is, I was asked to bring up item number 28 because of a request. Do we have somebody here from the city on 28? Hi, David. Thank you very much.
Yes, item
28, please. Go ahead.
Yes, item number 28 is adoption of a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of multifamily housing revenue bonds by the city in an amount not to exceed $20 million to finance the development of Mission Cove Senior Apartments.
First off, like I say, this is a public hearing, ladies and gentlemen. It's the mayor. I'll open this hearing. Request disclosure from council members. Jack, I'll start with you.
We've talked about this and staff. So.
Yeah, certainly as part of a larger Mission Cove project, staff, public, developer.
Similar, I've talked to quite a few people. It's been in front of us before.
Same communications.
Yeah, with public staff, everybody. In fact, this was on last council agenda. Got kicked to this one, so take it away, Dave.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, petitions, correspondence?
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Manley, good evening, and go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, City Clerk, City Manager, Assistant, and City Attorney. I'll keep this item really short. Basically, we're asking Council's approval of a resolution to begin the process to issue bonds for Phase C of Mission Code. It'll be not to exceed amount of $20 million. This is one component of the financing for this particular phase, which will house seniors, special needs, and veterans. This actually allows the developer to actually bring in the private equity part of the financing plan. The city's already provided loans for the other parts of it, the other parts of the project. This will come back to the council once debt allocation committee has issued the level of bonds, the actual bond document sometime in 2015. So what the Internal Revenue Code requires is that a public hearing is held and a resolution by the City Council is approved, and it starts the process. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. We also have a representative from the development team, Mary Jane Zagrozinski, to answer any questions.
Thank you. You can do any sidebar while we go forward, public on this, please.
Yes, it's a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. First, I want to take and note that one of the housing commissioners, J.J. Sorensen, she was recently in the hospital with a heart attack. She is now home recuperating, and I'm sure she would support this measure, and I pass her best wishes along for recuperation. Yes, I take and support this and would encourage you to support this thing. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Mr. Clerk, I see none. I'll close the public hearing. Come back to the council. Councilmember Curran, please.
I want to move staff's recommendation that we adopt a resolution approving the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds for the development of Mission Code Senior Apartments.
Second.
Thank you very much. Councilman, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a groundbreaking event. We had a lot of people show up that have been partners for this. It is a phenomenal, visionary project, probably the last of its kind in Oceanside, for the amount of land and the kind of forward thinking. I would love to have more. This one is really something that I just really believe in, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Councilman Feller, please.
Thank you. What kind of housing is this?
This particular phase is affordable housing for seniors, special needs, and veterans.
Affordable housing.
Yes.
Well, I guess we are doing something for people that need affordable housing, so it's pretty easy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd say to some of the people, thank you very much, but I can't see her through the podium. Hi! Come on up and say hi.
That's Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members and staff. I'm Mary Jane Jagodzinski with nonprofit Community Housing Works. I'm here to answer any questions and again really commend the council for the vision in moving this project. This is really the next, as staff said, the next step. It's really the technical thing that we have to do for IRS code as we begin to spend the money on the grading, etc. So here to.
Again, thank you very much. My comments are generally the same as everybody else. It's a battle anymore when you try to do affordable housing, and particularly for seniors and people in need. This is like a drop in the bucket. But at least it's something going in that direction. So I thank you and everybody else from Community Housing Works. Please say hi to everybody. Other than that, I see no other comments. And back to us, I'll say please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate it. And could we go back to item 17, please? And I want to apologize to the fire department for taking so long on 17, but we had a few speakers tonight. But anyhow, it's going to be yours, I guess. So go ahead.
Yes, item number 17 is approval of a purchase order in an amount not to exceed $405,000 to Zoll Medical Corporation of Chelmsford, Massachusetts, for the purchase of 14 Zoll X-Series cardiac monitors and accessories for the fire department, approval of a budget appropriation in the amount of $405,000 from various general fund accounts to the fire department capital outlay account, and authorization for the financial services director or designee to execute the purchase order.
Chief, how you doing?
Good, very good. How are you, Mayor? Honorable Mayor, members of council, Ray Melendrez here on behalf of Fire Chief Darrell Hebert, who could not attend tonight, requesting again the appropriation of $405,000 in unallocated ground emergency medical transport revenue for the purchase of new fire department cardiac monitors to support our emergency medical services ambulance transport system. With me today, I have Assistant Training Officer and EMS Manager Lynn Seablum, who has been in that position for the fire department for the past 18 years. She is a licensed paramedic and registered nurse and understands all of the pertinent requirements for operating as an advanced life support provider agency in San Diego County. Lynn has prepared a short presentation that will provide additional information and background to the council with regard to the purchase order request. But there are two things that I'd like to point out prior to moving forward. And the first one is that this GEMT, or Ground Emergency Medical Transport revenue, is new revenue coming into the fire department as a result of our Emergency Medical Services Ground Transport Program. And staff believes that it makes really good sense to harness that income, harness that funding to reinvest into that Emergency Medical Services Transport Program. And these EKG monitors are a key and critical component of that program. And secondly, if for some reason the city were to make the decision not to move forward with allocating that funding at this particular time, the fire department would be in a position to have to try to find other revenue streams to move forward with this purchase order, because this is truly not a wanted necessarily purchase of equipment. This is an absolute necessity. This is a needed purchase of equipment. Our cardiac monitors have reached the end of their usable lifespan in accordance with industry standards, so this is really important that we get this approved tonight. At the conclusion of Lynn's presentation, we will be at sidebar prepared to answer any questions that you might have, as well as, I believe, a member of the finance department that can answer questions as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
Lynn?
Good evening, Lynn. Sorry to keep you so long.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff. As Chief Melendrez alluded to, I am going to just do a brief synopsis of the information that I have already submitted to you in the staff report, just to cover what I'm looking for our fire department in the way of approval for our cardiac monitors. The request in general is to replace 14 of our 18 cardiac monitors. One will be placed on each of our apparatus, and then we would have one spare for training so that I could use that when I train the paramedics for on the new equipment, and also when we do simulations and that kind of thing for ongoing continuing education. The current monitors were purchased with grant funding, so all of the monitors in the past were funded through grant, and we've tried again to apply for grants twice recently and were turned down for that to fund these monitors. But they have reached their life expectancy. It's been past 7 years for these monitors, and they're really starting to kind of wear out. The cost would not exceed $405,000, and that cost does include, we're getting about $98,000 in trade-in costs for trading in our monitors. The cost will be funded by general fund reserve monies. Part of that will be coming from the GEMT funds, like Chief Melendrez alluded to. $102,000 roughly of that money's already come in from the state, and then we're expecting an additional $302,000 would be needed initially to be borrowed from the general fund reserve, but later that money we are expecting more than that to come back from the GEMT money from the state, so we would have a surplus, and so we would be able to pay our debt back to the reserve fund. Fiscal impact,
Again, the money will be coming from GEMT funds. These funds are part of the cost share program where we submit the number of transports that we've had each fiscal year to the state, and then they apply that as the state's cost share with the federal government for transports of Medi-Cal patients. We're expecting over $457,000, and again, $102,000 roughly has already been received, and it would be the remainder would be reimbursed. We currently do not have another funding source for the cardiac monitors, and like Chief Melinda said, if you don't approve for the GEMT monies to fund this, then we would be needing an additional funding resource. And we do have plans to put a capital expenditure account set aside starting this next fiscal year so that in the future we would be able to establish an account in an ongoing basis to replace future monitors, including 4 reserve monitors that we're not going to be replacing at this time that we use when we go out in strike teams to outfit those units. The monitors are required by the San Diego County Emergency Medical Services. Each advanced life support unit, which includes an ambulance and our engines and trucks, to maintain their advanced life support status, they must carry a cardiac monitor. So these monitors are not optional, they're required. They allow us to detect heart attack in patients. We are able to detect lethal cardiac rhythms in patients, as well as just doing routine monitoring of blood pressure, heart rate, and oxygen saturation. So we use these basically we have roughly 60% of our calls are advanced life support, and we're using those on all of those 60% of our calls. And other things that these monitors do is they're able to shock, they have defibrillation capabilities so they can shock someone out of a bad rhythm. They have pacing capabilities so they can actually pace someone's heart when either by heart attack or other problem it's slowed down. And they also have the ability to shock them out of rhythms when they're too fast. And our old monitors right now, because they've exceeded the recommended life expectancy, are less reliable. The benefits of your approval for these new cardiac monitors is that they're more compact and lighter weight. They're about 60% less weight, and also smaller in size than some of the competitive monitors, so they save on backs, and they also make it easier for us to store and retrieve them out of the apparatus on 911 calls. They do increase monitoring capabilities. The new monitors are slightly different than our older monitors in that they allow us to we can monitor carbon monoxide levels on each patient. So now when we check someone in the future with the new monitors, when we check their oxygen saturation, which we routinely do on these advanced life support calls, we can actually also screen for carbon monoxide, which is helpful for firefighters, but it's also helpful for citizens during winter months to make sure that what we're maybe suspecting is the flu is actually maybe a heater leak or a problem that's causing carbon monoxide because the symptoms are so similar. So that would increase patient safety. And also another thing that these new monitors have that I'm really excited about is they have cardiac feedback, CPR feedback. So when they have a special pad that's put on the patient that connects to their defibrillation pads, and when CPR is applied to the patient, the monitor actually measures how fast they're doing the compressions, how deep they're doing the compressions, and then it gives that feedback directly to the firefighters. And so we've spent a lot of time in training. There's a lot of information from the American Heart Association that's been public knowledge and things that we've been working on since the new guidelines came out in 2010. And a lot of that is about good quality CPR. And the new monitors will be able to do what I can currently do with our simulation mannequin in the training setting on live patients that we're trying to resuscitate so that we can maximize the outcome on those patients. In addition, another benefit to the cardiac monitors is that they will allow us to have increased standardization of an equipment in our zone. Carlsbad, back in 2011, decided they were going to do a cardiac monitor trial, and I called the nurse from that agency and asked if we could participate in the trial so that we could put our votes in on what monitor we liked better, because we do boundary drop and automatic aid with these other agencies, and we've noticed we've had to do training because our gurneys are not the same, our cardiac monitors are not the same, and so we thought that it would help out if we could try, to agree on the kind of monitor we'd like. And so we were successful in this endeavor because we did cast our votes at that time, and Carlsbad went ahead, not just because of the votes that we cast, but they came to the same conclusion. and they switched from a different manufacturer to Zoll, so they now have the monitors that I'm asking you to approve that we purchased tonight. Additionally, Camp Pendleton to our north uses these monitors, and Tri-City Hospital also uses the Zoll technology. So that helps us a lot when we're working together out in the field and also when we're turning patients over to them at the hospital. Additionally, the monitors are faster and more efficient as far as us being able to upload our 12-lead data to the hospital. When we do a 12-lead on a patient that we're suspecting has a heart attack, we send that 12-lead result to the hospital. And our current monitors, we can't send that data. The data use the old razor phones, which you might remember were around several years ago, and they don't work really anymore for us, and so we've had to try to kind of band-aid and do other ways of sending the data, and the new monitors would allow us to send that much more efficiently. It'll also allow us to upload our data into our patient record, and we recently went to the new iPad devices for rapid data entry in the field, and they're working on agreement with this company so that we would be able to upload our data to this program. So that will help us out as far as legal record keeping and also being able to reproduce information if it's requested by the hospital. And then lastly, again, just to reemphasize that it will increase reliability. Overall, the outcome of your approval, should you approve this tonight, would be that the cardiac monitors would be replaced on all frontline units. Patients could be screened for carbon monoxide poisoning like I talked about. There'll be a higher level of patient cardiac monitoring during CPR. And hopefully that will help us improve our cardiac arrest survival rate. We are continuing to track that and doing our best to try to maximize that. We recently had a cardiac arrest survivor just a few weeks ago, so we're working hard and we want to continue that trend. And then lastly, it will help us continue to excel in cardiac care. We did get an award for 2013 from the American Heart Association Mission Lifeline. We got the highest award possible for a pre-hospital agency and the only one actually in San Diego County that was awarded this for our care of heart attack patients, on recognizing them early, sending the data in a timely manner, getting the patient to the hospital as quick as possible, and notifying the hospital right away that they have a code STEMI, which is also known as like a code heart attack. So at this time, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Lynn. Take a seat at the sidebar, would you please, and thank you very much. And public?
No public on
Back to the council, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly I'm proud that our fire department got award of excellence in cardiac care by the American Heart Association. Congratulations. Thank you very much. This is critical equipment. You certainly have made the case that our current monitors are outdated. We did acquire them in 2004 and 2006, and the life expectancy is 5 to 7 years, and we've gone beyond that. I'm going to go ahead and move approval, and I have to say that, again, I am very proud of the care that we're able to provide to our citizens, especially in a situation that requires seconds response. I mean, seconds will make a huge difference in that person's quality of life, or whether or not they are able to retain their life. So I move approval. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you very much. Councilmember Kern, please.
Yeah, I'll second, because I'm probably going to be a potential customer. So I want you to have the best equipment when you come to my house. Just a couple of questions, and one of them is two finance questions. Did we ever look into lease versus buy? You know, technology changes, and it's so rapid that we should lease this equipment versus buying it and then having it wear out and coming back to do that. Was that analysis ever done? They're all looking at each other. I'll take that as a no.
We did recently go through a lease process on our gurneys, and part of the problem is usually with a lease that by the time the lease is up, in many cases, the monitors almost reach its life expectancy, so it is another way to fund that, but then in some ways in the long run, you know, you're paying more. So that's an option. Usually it's kind of a reserve option if we can't fund it in any other way.
Oh, okay, so Go ahead.
And Councilman Kern, just to add to that, by moving forward with a purchase plan, we're getting a significant discount of almost 20% on the total cost of the monitors overall. So a lease option would absolutely be more expensive because we would lose that benefit.
And that was my question, did you look at that? And obviously you looked at it, you made your decision, that's fine. That's what I really wanted to know. Why didn't we get the grant? What was there a criteria change, or was there something, do you know why that grant didn't happen? And are we eligible to go back, we bought these, to apply for a grant to reimburse us?
The past grant that we were awarded was through the Assistance to Firefighters grant, and they tend to go through different kinds of trends on things that they're funding. And so when we applied this last time, we were declined. I can't say I didn't manage the other reasons and the other things that were funded, but it was declined. And part of that, in my mind, is if you've gone to the same funding source and already asked once and they've funded you completely, and then now you're asking again, I think it kind of begs the question on, why aren't you buying them yourself? We helped you once. I can't say that that's the reason that we were declined, but we were.
Well, that's fine. I mean, as somebody that's written grants in the past, sometimes you don't know why. You said, yep, you're denied. What? And the last one, you mentioned the replacement fund. I mean, the idea that we have a very good, healthy general fund now. A few years ago, this would have been a tough sell for us. I mean, because the general fund was so hammered. Your replacement funding program, is that this fiscal year, or are we going to put it in next fiscal year's budget?
The replacement fund that we're going to establish will take place next fiscal year. And just to provide you with a little bit of background, we did have a replacement fund in place at one time, and unfortunately, as we're all aware, with the economic downturn and the budget reductions in the fire department, that replacement fund unfortunately was reallocated. We knew that we were going to have to come forward back to council to get the monitors funded. We waited until we had a reliable funding source to do so that would not impact the general fund, because we do have the reimbursement money coming back in from the ambulance transport program. So that's why we're bringing the item forward now. Our plan is to initiate a funding source of some kind going forward, so that we won't have to identify $405,000 in 5 or 8 years when we come back for the next round of monitors that will in fact need to be purchased at that time.
Okay, is our reserve or replacement funds, are they apparatus specific, or are they just one big lump of money?
It'll be a capital expenditure fund that we establish.
But also you have fire trucks you have to replace and other vehicles and things like that.
It would be in addition to the apparatus replacement monies that were recently approved, yes, sir.
I guess maybe I'm not making myself clear. Are these set aside just for this particular item, or is your replacement fund just one big fund for everything?
No, this would be
okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Feller, please.
Okay, I'm looking for brief answers. What happens to the old equipment?
The old equipment is being traded in. That's part of the money that's crediting from the total price.
Looking through this, and I couldn't see trade-in anywhere, so I apologize as far as that goes. That answers that. You said it's compatible with Tri-City. How about with the helicopters, Reach and Life Flight?
I'm not sure what Reach and Mercy are used right now. I would have to double check with them to see if it's the same. I know at one point, I think Mercy does use Zoll, because they had, before this monitor came out, our firefighters were talking about, oh, you have to see this really cool monitor that Mercier has. It's so small and so compact, and it actually was a sister to the one that we are proposing buying now.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. Some brief versions, and staff was over there punching the buttons that light up over here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, you, Sherry. I'm happy. This is public safety. This is things that are necessary. Number one, I know they're expensive. On the other hand, like you've explained in the backup material, it's reimbursement to the general fund down the road. So I do appreciate it, and I'm sure all those people out there that have this problem once in a while with hearts. I appreciate when you save me every so often. I'm sure the rest of the council aren't happy about that, but I am. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it. With that, with no more comments, let's vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much for your time and effort, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry I kept you so late. I know you're busy. Thank you. With that, Mr. Clerk, could we go to item number 27? Well, yeah, 27.
Yes, item number 27 is adoption of a resolution to approve, one, an agreement regarding real property between the City of Oceanside and S.T. Malkin Properties Incorporated to guarantee development and use of the property as a full-service resort consistent with the entitlements for the project. Two, an agreement regarding real property to provide a mechanism to share transient occupancy tax generated by the project. Three, a grant of easement to permit construction of the subterranean parking garage under Mission Avenue. And four, a report required by AB 562, prepared by Paul Mara of Kaiser Marston and Associates, documenting the amount of subsidy provided to the developer, the proposed start and end date of the subsidy, the public purpose of the subsidy, the amount of tax revenue and jobs generated by the project, and five, a license agreement to permit construction staging for the project on a portion of Lot 26.
Can we take a break and then we can come back and have the clerk reread that?
Yeah, just have a reread. Ladies and gentlemen, request for a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Thank you very much. Sorry, we'll get right back to this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As for the city clerk, we're not going to have you read that again. And with that, I'm going to say this. Mayor, I'll open the public hearing to request comments from the council members. Mr. Kern, I'll start at your end, please.
Good. Actually, we've been dealing this for 10, 12 years, so I probably talked about everybody in the community about this project. So the developer, the public, the neighborhood, the staff, you know, over and over again. So I think everybody knows what's going to happen tonight.
I want to start with the workshop that we had, community-wide workshop that we had at the beach, Community Beach Center, where we had standing room only, and we listened to all the community to talk about what we wanted on this property in terms of the hotel and the public amenities. And we came up with the community, kumbayaing, this vision. And so it's been, what, 12 years, I think. Oh, 10 years. Jeremy says 10. It was actually 12. I think we had a little more time because we wanted to make sure that it was a community-wide vision, that we all came together. And I really mean that. We were all kumbayaing, you know. So a lot of public, a lot of staff, a lot of feedback from the Coastal Commission to make sure that we were doing everything without, without in any way being called out on an amendment. I mean, an appeal. And now we're very, very close to groundbreaking. Maybe 13 months. Okay, sorry.
Same thing.
I digress.
Same thing. A lot of contact over many, many years, including everybody that has spoken, but we also had a lot, and my favorite part was dealing with the state of California. I want to thank them for stabbing us in the back, and other people like now the monitoring agency from the county. This is their thing, they monitor and control, so thank you very much.
Yeah, this is everyone and anyone, cast of thousands, staff, public, developers, and that's it. No contact.
Everybody.
With that, Mr. Clerk, correspondence petitions that you know of.
I know.
Okay, thank you. And we'll start off with our Mr. Peter Weiss, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. As you've so duly noted, we've been at this for quite some time. The exhibit that you see in front of you is the project that was approved actually by the council through the entitlement process in January of 2008, and then subsequently approved by the Coastal Commission at a hearing in San Francisco that several of you actually participated in. So the actual project entitlements have been valid for an extended period of time. The original project and the deal that the former redevelopment agency entered into with SD Malkin provided for a subsidy as it related to a need for that subsidy because of all the public amenities associated with the project of about $28 million. With the elimination of redevelopment agencies, that subsidy and the project itself was slightly redesigned to reduce the subsidy so that it is a performance-based subsidy that's approximately $13.69 million. The property is being sold to SD Malkin at a price of $1.5 million. And you say, and I think you've seen some emails in regards to criticisms of that sales price for 2 blocks adjacent to the beach. And quite honestly, I think if you sit back and look at it, you'd say, well, the price should be higher than that for the value of the property. Unfortunately, the property was purchased with tax-exempt bonds. And in order to not jeopardize the tax-exempt status of the bonds, the IRS sets limits as to what the property can be sold for, and there's a comprehensive letter in your packet that was also made available to both the Oversight Board and ultimately approved by the Department of Finance through the state that caps the amount of money the city can sell the property for at $1.5 million. Actually, the city technically isn't selling the property. That action has already been taken and approved by the Oversight Board and the State Department of Finance. But when you look at the actual value associated with it, even though you may think it's worth more money, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of being able to sell it for more without jeopardizing the tax-exempt status of those bonds. As it relates to the overall project on the south block, it's 225 rooms. You, in your approvals, are agreeing to a restrictive covenant to keep it at 4-star quality for 75 years. There's going to be a spa, a restaurant, an ocean view lounge and bar. There's the competitive set. In order to reduce some of the costs on the south block, the height has been reduced from 8 to 6 stories. On the north block, it's the boutique hotel. It's no less than 135 rooms. The Top Gun House is going to be relocated as it was in the original agreement to the north block. As it stands right today, a significant amount of energy was expended through Coastal Commission in regards to the fractional timeshares, and those are no longer being provided at this point in time. And the north block still retains its originally approved anticipated 8-story height, and actually the fractionals, it's likely to be replaced with hotel rooms. The overall project has a California beach cottage style architecture. There's 36,000 square feet of open space, 18,500 square feet of visitor serving commercial, 20,000 square feet of meeting and function space, including a large ballroom and the parking that is ancillary to that. There's 2 levels of underground on the south block, 1 level underground in the north block. The parking will go under Mission Avenue, which is one of the actions you're taking in the grant of the easement. During the presentation to Main Street, we highlighted that Mission Avenue, when they start this project, is going to be closed on the west side of the tracks for about 18 months. So we are looking, once we get close to dealing with routing, haul routes, and construction staging areas, we'll be doing significant outreach through Main Street to the business community and the public in regards to alternative access to the beach area. As identified, the property sale was approved by the Oversight Board. The project was presented to the EDC and received full approval. The agreement as it stands today requires an 18-month closing with no extensions. The deal can't close until construction is ready to start and financing is in place, and the project, because of subsidy, will be built using prevailing wages. As part of your action, you need to approve the AB 562 study. The economic subsidy is needed because the overall project is intended to increase tourism market share. It does implement the 9-block master plan. It's a catalyst for future development. It creates approximately 210 construction-related jobs and 280 permanent jobs. And your action, specific action, is approve the restricted covenant, which will guarantee the development for the 4-star quality for 75 years. You will be approving a TOT sharing agreement that provides for the subsidy for, depending on which block, for up to a 15-year period, following which, if the TOT is reimbursed in an accelerated schedule, the city will retain a higher TOT share earlier. But after the 15 years, all of the TOT comes to the city. You have in your packet a more detailed slides on the TOT cost sharing, and we can get into that detail if you so want. You're also agreeing to the easement under Mission Avenue, a license agreement to allow staging in Lot 26, similar to what the Spring Hill Suites did, and then the acceptance of the AB 562 report. At that, I'll conclude my presentation. If you have questions, we have a number of people here, including Kaiser Marston representatives, to address the financial and the economic impact if you'd so like. With that, we'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Seat, Webb.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll keep my questions brief. I just found out a really close friend passed, so I'm going to make it short and sweet for you people. This is undoubtedly one of the worst ideas you ever had. The hotel's a great idea. It's going to be beautiful. Jeremy's terrific. I mean, he's going to put together a great project. If he sticks with the entitlements, it'll be a great project. It'll look pretty. It'll bring in a high class of tourism. But overall, the benefits don't make up for having to sell that land for $1.5 million. I understand the restrictions on that, so why in heaven's name are you giving such a large subsidy? Not only are you giving a TOT subsidy of over 20 million, you're also giving off-site mitigation up to 690,000. You're waiving impact fees with a credit of 1.7 million. And apparently, Mr. Feller, you said a long time ago you weren't going to waive impact fees, but that's exactly what's happening here. You talk about all the great jobs we'll have. Sure, you're going to have temporary construction jobs, and if you don't put a San Diego preference in the contract, we're going to get more people out of Arizona that come, take our money, and leave. Same thing has happened on Spring Hill. What a shame. The only thing you're doing right for this whole project, which you should have done anyway, is require good wages, prevailing wage. So happy the court came out against charter cities not paying prevailing wage. I just could click my heels together. So we either have the worst property manager negotiators of all the coast, or we have the worst city council majority. You tried to give away Goat Hill. That didn't work. Swim project, that got all negotiated and brought forward, and that went away. Every time we turn around, you're giving money away for consultants this, consultants that. You know, quiet zone. Perfect example tonight. 800,000, I think it was. All the money you're spending on these consultants and these subsidies could directly go to our community to improve our parks, improve our swimming pools, improve our youth opportunities, improve our gang suppression, build a kitchen at El Corazon, so that will be a first-class facility that you can rent out and actually make money on instead of sitting there with plumbing stubbed up in concrete. You know, the study that Mr. Terrell referred to earlier, were 126 out of 150 of large towns. This will ensure that we stay in the bottom 5%. I'm really sorry. I know it's going to be a 5-0 vote. I know he'll do a good project, but you don't give the land away for almost nothing and a huge subsidy. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. A few questions, one of which was posed earlier this evening. What will be done to maybe include soundproofing or canceling designs into the structure for the rail line? Because it can be done. I have not heard anything about that. Also, I read the report. In fact, I read the report twice. And the question of TOT scaling. It was really a question on, they used a lot of new terms I didn't even understand. And I would like to have the public understanding a little bit better about what that means over a period of time to some of those words and what does that mean. Also, I would like to take and warn the council about what happened back in Atlantic City. And back there, the city there invested a lot of money into hotels back there. In fact, one recent one was $2 billion that was invested. They were in place for 2 years. They went belly up. What would happen and what would prevent this from happening with this type of investment? And what would take place with any commitment that the city would give? I would be interested in that, in those protections. Thank you.
Joan Brubaker, 1606 Hackamore Road. Certainly, I am not a guru as far as finance is concerned, and I don't even propose to be. This hotel has been dreamed about, worked on, talked about for years. I think I heard 12 mentioned, and that's probably correct. It seems forever. But there are some things that I noticed. It seems to me that the North Hotel having 8 stories seems very, very high. That's a period of land there that there's a lot of people living up on the hill. I hope they can still see the ocean if they want to when that's built. Then the land, I don't understand the financing on that. I know it's intricate and probably well done, but boy, you're sure giving it away. It isn't quite as bad as Tesla over in Nevada, but like that project in Nevada, it robbed things of other natures to give to Tesla. I think it was $8 million at least is taken away from the film industry and given to Tesla. So I hope none of that's going on. And the link of sharing those fees, DOT tax, that seems like it might have been kind of bartered a little bit differently and shortened, or a better agreement for the city. You're giving away an awful lot, although we're getting a lot, hopefully. And certainly I hope Jimmy's prediction is never true. We don't want it to fall on its face. But it did give away a lot. I was sad to see particularly the land price. That's about it.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item to come forward at this time?
Applicant. See, I can't do it. Hold on.
If you want to speak on this item, you can come forward to the podium.
Come with the mic, and that way you look like you're asking.
I just have a question. Why don't they do it as a public-private partnership, you know, where they all, you know, everybody benefits and you don't give so much away? I know it was suggested by Jimmy Knott and a few other people, and I know people that looked into it and said that was the best thing to do, and they're very smart, astute businessmen, and they all say this is about the worst thing that they've ever seen, giving this land away. So I'm with her and everybody else. I think this is a bad deal for the city of Oceanside, and I think we have Jerry Feline, Jack Keller, and Jerome Kern to thank for this bad deal.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members, Jeremy Cohen from Esther Malcolm Properties.
Bring the mic up a little bit.
First I want to apologize to Deputy Mayor Sanchez that she was right. She was talking about, you started 2 years before I ever showed up and answered a request for qualifications.
Yeah.
So it was 12 years. I've only been involved for a short period of time, 10 years. My daughter was starting college, was 8 years old when I answered that RFQ. I think that Mr. Weiss did a good job going through so many of the things, and I won't go back over them. We do have the issues of land use were long ago decided. We have a coastal development permit. What none of us bargained for was the dissolution of redevelopment agencies, and it's taken quite a lot of time to figure out how to do the transaction without the tools that redevelopment agencies give cities to do these kind of projects. There was a $28 million subsidy to the original project that was approved by the council unanimously. And there was a ground lease that had 12 years of no rent and 28 years of deeply discounted rent before real significant rent was paid. So it was 40 years out. So the land back then was already deeply discounted in the form of a ground lease. The challenge that we had in working with city staff was to figure out how do you fill the hole, because 22.8 million of the 27.8 million, the 28 million original, came from tax increment bonds which could no longer be issued.
Right.
And unlike some of the other speakers, I actually do know finance, and we had to come up with how to fill a hole of $22 million that we can no longer have. What we did was we used a combination of tools. We sharpened our pencils a little bit. We came up with some ways to save some money by taking the building for the south block from 8 stories to 6 stories. 8 stories what was originally entitled. At the same time, we saw that by selling the land, that was a vehicle that could also help to make the economics work. So I would tell you that we did not save $14 million in project costs because everyone was clear we wanted the quality of the project, of the architecture of what was originally intended. So That's basically comes down to, and this is a standard tool that was used when there were redevelopment agencies, is kind of to write down land. So it happens to be that if the city was not selling us the land for $1.5 million, the subsidy would need to increase by whatever amount the city was selling us the land for above the $1.5 million. So and the last thing I would say is that the vast majority of the subsidy that's being provided is out of cash flow that we create through the POT that will be created by the project, and it will have the additional advantage of bringing in a different kind of hotel business, which is the whole reason that you conceived this project to begin with. Number one, a 4-star hotel. Number two, a hotel that could attract group business, so that the people who come in groups don't only spend their money in the hotel, they do things at the museums, they do things at the restaurants, and they spend money in the retail shops and concessionaires along the beach, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate the patience of this council as we try to bring this forward. We've tried to keep the quality, and I think that we now have an even tighter deadline than we were originally given to affect the project. But boy, we're pretty anxious to get out there and to try and bring this to fruition finally. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any of the members of the public wish to speak on this item, may come forward at this time.
The press wanted to talk to you on this last point.
I see none.
Thank you very much for that. I'll come back to the city council and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I talked about this during my, discussion about contacts, because this really did spur us on forward. We'd been divided. We'd been fighting. It was the Manchester project that was coming in at 15 stories, and bulldozing the bluffs and taking over, kind of privatizing that whole area. That was that dream. Many of us in the community said, no, that's not our dream. So that project failed at Coastal Commission because it did not, no way in heck, comply with our local coastal plan and our vision. So we took steps to go through a very, very public process to find out what it is that the community wanted to do. And we compromised on height at 8 stories. It was in a room with representatives of this community, and then we went out and talked about it. And this was, and basically what it was okay, we will agree to no higher, the height not higher nor bulkier than the window. That was the agreement. We now have one of the 2 blocks being lowered at 6 stories versus 8. So that's going to be a profile. It's going to be the tall one in the middle, and then the other 2. Is that right? Let's see. The tallest. So it's going to be 2 tall ones and 1 smaller one. Yeah. So that's going to be our profile. And we had a lot of people excited about this. Businesses. That's when some businesses started to invest in Oceanside, because we finally had come to an agreement on what we wanted. So the height is something that we all agreed on, and we were actually very happy with. The land, the cost of the land. If we wanted to allow high-density residential, it would be very expensive land. But we want our dream. We want our hotel, our dream beach resort, 4-star, with, a place where we can have a ballroom, dances, reunions, just weddings. I mean, we really wanted that kind of meeting space. We're also building public parking. That's our subsidy. That's our part of it, is the public parking. So this project that we approved was a very, very public process. Very public. What has been behind closed doors, so to speak, but not really completely, because the finance authority has actually been, talking about this in terms of, what's it called again, the state agency that was created, the Oversight Committee. They've been talking about this very publicly. And very publicly, we could have lost control of this property. This would not have benefited Oceanside to say, no, we're going to walk away because we don't want to deal with this. We made a promise to this community, the five of us. I don't know, I think some of the players may have changed. But we made a promise to this community that we were going to bring home that dream. And Jeremy, you're still in. All in, right? All in. 13 months, you said? 13 months. Okay. I want this so badly to happen. I don't see that anything has changed. Do you understand, in terms of how we were going to pay for this, the TI, the tax increment, definitely. The TOT, definitely. It was a longer, actually a much bigger subsidy than what we're doing now. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but we're still getting a much, much better project. I believe that. I think that staff and Jeremy have, really looked at the details and trying to see what we can do to make sure that this is the best deal for this community, and this community deserves the best. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval, move adoption. That's adopt a resolution to approve the agreement regarding real property use restrictions between the City of Oceanside and S.D. Malcolm Properties to guarantee development and use of the property as a full-service resort consistent with the entitlements for the project. Also, the agreement regarding real property to provide a mechanism to share the TOT generated by the project, the grant easement to permit construction of the subterranean parking garage under Mission Avenue, and report required by AB 562. This is going to make this happen, and we all have a date. 13 months. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess there's a lot to say on this. It's interesting to hear all the critics earlier. I guess if some of them want to restrict the credit to Jerry, myself, and Jack, I'm all in favor of that. But I think it takes away some of the credit to Councilman Sanchez, and Mayor Wood deserve too, because I think this has been a project historically, and I'm open to correction from any of my colleagues. It's basically had 5-0 support from its inception for the idea of having a quality downtown project that was going to be subsidized to some extent in some formula by the city. No one has wavered from that, to my knowledge. Anyone who's been elected, and to the best of my recollection, only one candidate for city council was opposed to the idea of subsidy for a downtown project. So this idea is something that has unified the committee. Now, it is a complex project. It is a very complicated project. It is very difficult for someone to educate themselves on all the details, try and get your arms around it, and be comfortable with it. So it's taken a long time for the staff, for this council, to dig into this and make sure that we're all comfortable with it, bring it to the people. And probably the one item that has caused the most controversy is the idea of the $1.5 million price. And it was addressed, and I think it's important important to emphasize because there's certain factors that wasn't, I don't think, entirely wrapped up in explaining this issue. One, of course, was there was a cap because of the tax implications, and we certainly don't want to have another vote that violates another bond contract. And so basically that cap is put on there, so that solves one problem of not putting our tax-exempt bonds at risk. So then the question is, well, if we didn't have tax-exempt bonds, would we want to sell it for a higher price? Would we even be able to? So is that really the issue holding it up? Well, as was mentioned by Jeremy, anything you added in terms of the price of the property would have to be added to the TOT subsidy. So you simply wouldn't gain anything by increasing the price of the land because it's a certain subsidy that makes this project work. Now, whether that subsidy is a land price or TOT, it doesn't matter. What matters is the total. And so if the land price worked and it solved one problem, it also helped solve the total of the subsidy issue, then great, 1.5 million works for everyone. Also, that was emphasized, the city's not putting money into this project. We're basically deferring money we would otherwise get from TOT tax to make it work. And why are we putting this subsidy into this project? Because the city is getting enhancements on this project that we asked for, that we want, that we think benefits the community as a whole, that the hotel developer in building this project would not be able to get for himself or herself, and would not be able to basically bring in that revenue, so they would not have a financial incentive to build these enhancements. And those enhancements are the ballrooms, the conference rooms, that are going to allow the city to attract events that would otherwise never come here. And the people who are coming for those events, they're going to stay in other hotels where they're going to be paying TOT tax. They're going to be going to the restaurants and the shops and going around town where they're going to be paying sales tax. So there's a lot of revenue that's going to be a result of this project that are not calculated in the total of the project. That's why the city has, and why we've had virtually unanimous political unity on this issue, that this project is great for our city and that we need to move forward with it. And I think maybe another way to look at it, I don't know if it's better for Peter to answer this or for Jeremy to answer it, but suppose we said we don't want to do a subsidy, pay the price for the land, build whatever kind of hotel fits within our zoning. What kind of hotel project would we be having on that property?
Well, hopefully Jeremy would say the same project without the number of amenities, but more than likely you would not be getting a four-star quality hotel that would match the competitive set that we showed you earlier. You would not be getting the ballroom, you would not be getting the amount of public open space and parking that you have in this particular project.
Okay, and I think it's important to the public, once again, to emphasize this point so that they understand that we're making a huge bet on the future of Oceanside, that we're basically creating a project that's going to stimulate activity, attract businesses, attract other developments that would otherwise not take place if this project didn't move forward. This is why it's so important and why, and everyone obviously negotiated in their best interest. Jeremy is trying to get the most subsidy, the most money he can for his project. We had people representing the city who's trying to get the best project for the least amount of contribution we could get away with. And this process went on for over a decade. And we're here at this point now where everyone is happy with the result and ready to move forward. And as was mentioned, I certainly expect this will be a 5-0 vote for the future of Oceanside. But once again, if others want to give credit to only 3 of us, that works for me too. Another thing I'd like to emphasize too is this project is being built by a developer. But yet earlier we heard horrible attacks on developers, like somehow they're evil people not allowed to have their voice in the political process. And, I'm happy to have the political support I have from the private sector because all the great things being done in Oceanside are being done by developers. Gosh, the parking structure that we're going to have built, gosh, it's being built by a developer. Restaurants being built, gosh, developers again. El Corazon Park, gosh, another horrible developer building El Corazon Park. These people are the people who create jobs, who create a tax base, who create revenues for our city, who create the kind of growth that we want to build a future for Oceanside. And it's really childish to see the kind of demonization that takes place of that segment of the business community. But, you know, that's the difference, and I hope, because a lot was mentioned about the election, it's the difference between having the adults in charge at City Hall and having the children in charge. And so if you want a majority that's going to move forward with these kinds of projects and have this realistic approach and not consider the development community the enemy, well, yeah, you can make a decision at election time, and that decision can be to re-elect Gary Feline and Jerry Kern to preserve the adult majority here on the City Council. Thank you.
Mr. Kern? Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you. This is a public-private partnership. I mean, the idea that we are, you know, Jeremy is, you know, been here for so long. I think he's a resident now. I think, you know, he comes up so often and talks to staff and works this project. I'm sure he'll be glad when it's done. But part of the reason that we have the subsidy, and I think Mr. Weiss touched on it and Councilmember Feline touched on it, because the things that we wanted, that was in the original RFP, it was the ballroom, it was the meeting space, it was the quality, all of those things that we demanded of the developer. And yeah, we could have a Motel 6 down there, sell the property at a higher value, get a Motel 6, get whatever TOT we can get out of it, but it would not be beneficial to Oceanside in the long run. So the idea that we are actually, I don't even think we're taking that much of a risk. I think right now we're at the perfect time to build this project because of what's happening in the marketplace. I think we've missed a couple cycles that we could have built it and had them done and the money coming in, but I think we're right now at the perfect time in the economy of building this hotel and bringing this one in. So I'm fully supportive of this. I've always been supportive of it. The council's always been supportive of it. You know, the idea that, yeah, the people up here have changed over the last 12 years, but I don't think the attitude has changed, that everybody wants the best for Oceanside. And this is the best project that we can get for Oceanside right now. And I hope the economy comes back to the point that Jeremy can actually do both hotels at once. If not, we're going to start with the South Block first, which is the 4-star hotel. And we're only going to close Mission Avenue once. You know, it's going to be, it may be a long time, but it's going to close it once. And we'll come up with a traffic plan to alleviate that problem. But I think this is a good project. I'm sure everybody on the council will take full credit for it. So when we go forward, and hopefully we'll have the ribbon cutting, what, 9 months? We're just cutting off some time here. No. Yeah. and you know, we talked earlier tonight about the crossings. And we talked a year, just a full year for construction drawings of railroad crossings. That's how long it takes to do these construction drawings of just crossings. I can imagine the construction drawings on this hotel are going to be much more complicated and much more involved and much more expensive than just railroad crossings. So I would be happy if we get started in 18 months. So I'll be ecstatic at 13. At 18, I'll be happy. So that's, you know, I think this is a good project and we're going to move forward. But it is one of these public-private partnerships that we work over a long period of time. So thank you. Thank you, Jeremy, for sticking with it. I know it's been difficult. The unwinding of redevelopment caught everybody flat-footed. Unfortunately, it went away. I know there were some homeless advocates here today and affordable housing advocates when they killed redevelopment, they killed the funding source for affordable housing. So you will not see affordable housing projects like you did in the past because there is no funding source now. So, thank you.
Councilmember Felton, please.
Thank you. What is projected TOT for a 350-room hotel? I think Paul's sneaking up.
In your packet, the TOT from the South Block at stabilization is about 2.1 million annually, and North Block is 1.3 total. And there's obviously a sharing of that at the completion of the 15 years. All of that would come to the city.
Thank you. This has been going on longer than 12 years. It's been going on about 30 years. And there was some projects kicked around before this. Keenan Watkins, Manchester, all were demanding quite a bit out of us. All would have been probably a form of public-private partnership. When we did the outreach to all the community, there was one in particular that wanted to buy the land, and frankly, I was in favor of that at that time. For I don't know if it was 5 or 7 million or whatever it was, but it was a what I came to realize was after that, you really didn't have much of a say if you sold them the land and what you were going to get. And so we've had a say in what we're going to get. The council has changed. There's one council member that was here 5 months, and he knew all about the $28 million subsidy, and now he's opposed to the $13 million subsidy. So that's pretty interesting. This is a huge investment for our next generations, huge generation. All the grandkids I have, all the grandkids that Peter has, no. All of our future generations are going to be benefiting from this as long as they stay in the community. If our predecessors on the council had been thinking about the future, we would have had car country here. We would have had the North County Mall, and we would be struggling like Carlsbad's struggling now. And everything is a big difference when you really don't think about the future. Every one of us up here has supported this in every session, and for us to be blamed as the ones that are driving this, I think that's unfair. I think, Johnny-come-latelys, people that haven't lived here for more than, a year or 5 years or on and off, whatever it is, those people really don't know what's gone into this. This community needs this hotel. Businesses have come and gone on the promise that we're going to build a hotel in this downtown, all over the Regal property. Those have all changed hands over the years just because they thought a hotel was coming. And so now in 6 months we'll be breaking ground, and this will be a feather in our hat. And I'll tell you, frankly, I think this council should get all the accolades in the world for pulling this off, even with the struggles of breaking up redevelopment. And you know, this is a feather in all of our caps. And don't believe what you heard here about it not being. Thank you.
Thank you. My only comments on this is going to be short. Obviously, we all agree it's taken a long, long time. But I also look back and say what's happened worldwide, nationally, or here locally with the economy over the last 5 or 6 years has been tough. So adding to that, we understand what's been going on, and so does Mr. Cohen over here, and I think we all understand and see the people in Oceanside. My only issue on this project is just a couple things. I wanted to move forward. We promised the public we'd do this a long time ago. It's a great location. Here's the thing that I don't think a lot of people understand, and even some friends of mine per se, is what I looked at when I made the decision to go forward on this is everything. I think a lot of the public doesn't understand a lot of the ups and downs on this particular contract and what we've gone through over these years. And we've seen it behind the scenes. With that, I've made a decision that this is the best thing, is to go forward with this project, no matter what people may or may not think. In my opinion, this is a move forward. The only thing that I put in here, though, I made notes to myself that I might be concerned about. Down in this area, Jeremy, I'm sure you heard this, Marriott Suites came in. We brought in everybody that was a contractor from every state except ours, and all these people were here. I don't want that battle anymore. I hope we don't have that, number one. Parking is worth its weight in gold in the beach city, and this is going to be more parking for us. The one that really makes me happy, and I really want to mean this, the thing that makes me happy that I've always been disappointed as a mayor in the city of Oceanside is we never had a facility that we could have a big event in Oceanside. It needed to be a large wedding or a project or whatever. All the big get-togethers were in Carlsbad. They were always in Carlsbad. Even our own events were in Carlsbad. There's nothing more frustrating to me as a mayor of the largest city in North County to know that if our employee groups, anybody else wants to have a party or a get-together, they generally go to Carlsbad. That's great for Carlsbad, but it kind of hurts me. I think this should be in our own city. This is the first chance we're going to see in the future to have a facility that overlooks the beach and the pier. What a great location that we can have things like weddings, get-togethers, whatever needed to be the police department, fire department, any employee group that wants to have something at a great location in our own city. That's what I'm really excited about, is having just what we bid on originally on this plan was we were kicking in a lot of money to have something that people didn't have to go to Carlsbad or surrounding areas to have an event and to bring in people to our city. And believe me, if you think about a large 6,400 feet conference room and a beautiful building sitting above the beach in Oceanside right next to the pier for weddings or whatever, it's going to be one of the top choices because guess what? In Carlsbad, they really don't have hotels on the beach. They have nice hotels, but they don't have them on the beach next to a pier. So I'm hoping that in the future that I will be at some of those events with everybody, including Mr. Cohen, and having a great time. I know it's in the future, but my concern was really saying I want Oceanside to have things that other cities have, and we haven't had it for years. Yes, we're going to pay for some of it, but I think in the long run, this is going to benefit all of us. If you mentally think about where this place is going to be located, just above the pier, overlooking the beach down below, it's going to be one of the best, if not the best, in the whole region, have an event at, and it's going to be a 4-star with all underground parking. All that stuff put together is, in my mind, worth everything, and we'll see where it goes from there. Now, have we had a few trips and stumbles along the way? Oh, you betcha. Is this a complicated contract? And it was in the past. Oh, you betcha. And that's what I worry about when I have some people do say negative. I understand what they're saying to me. That land's awful valuable, and why you selling for cheap? Tonight was our short approach to tell you why we can't charge more than $1.5 million. And then when you get in the background of these rooms that we go to and have closed sessions on, we don't agree on very many things, I think you already know. This is one of the few. And, you know, it means that we're looking towards Oceanside in the future. With that, I stop at that thing and say there's another light on, but I'm going to say, Deputy Mayor, your light's on, please.
I have just one question for Jeremy. We're going to have a restaurant that's going to overlook the beach, the ocean, the pier, on the first floor, right? What about up higher? Are we going to have...
Come to the mic.
You know, I mean, this is something that would be so wonderful.
One of the changes that we have looked at for the North Block, where we've no longer have the 48 fractional units, is that we can add a bar up on the roof as opposed to a restaurant. Very difficult to service restaurants on the roof when you have small floor plates like we have, but we think that we can do and to incorporate a bar that will be open to the public. They'll be up on the rooftop, so everyone can...
A bar with some appetizer type, you know, maybe some light fare.
Would you like me to take your order?
That's what I'm trying to do here. So we will have that.
Yes.
On like the 6th floor or the...
Yes, of the North Block.
Fantastic. That's a great change.
I'm sorry?
High railings.
High ratings? Ratings.
Rated.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic, because I think that was something that we were hoping to have, because that will be a phenomenal view. Nobody will have that view. We will have that. Thank you.
We need another beautiful place right next to the Wyndham. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, it took a while tonight. All of long-winded. I understand that, but it's a big project for everybody. Hopefully, in the future, it will be something we're all proud of. With that, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night. Mr. Clerk, if I may, let's jump to 30 and 31, please.
Attorney Malone, would you like to title the ordinances?
I'm sorry. He does it. It's his.
Thank you. Item 30 is adoption of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 37 of the Oceanside City Code, deleting subsection 37.102D and adding Article 8, recycled water.
Move adoption.
No public.
Okay.
Move adoption.
Second. Okay, please vote. Mr. Kern, you have a light on. I'm sorry.
Motion approved 5-0.
Okay, the second one.
Item 31 is adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Article 10, Section 10.17 of the Oceanside Traffic Code to establish back and reverse angle parking.
Move adoption.
No public.
Thank you. I want to tell you I didn't vote for this last time. I don't like the back end parking, but that's all I want to say. Please vote.
Motion approved 3-2. Wood Sanchez, no.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Clerk, can maybe you can help me where we're at, or do I have missed?
Either we have left our council report.
Okay, let's do the council report. I would like to tell you I want to be last, so please go from there.
Okay. This time we do have Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things I wanted to talk about, and that is that on the 27th of August, we did have a meet and greet, and we welcomed kind of formally and in a very, very wonderful atmosphere. We welcomed our new harbor master, Paul Lawrence. It's really exciting to have somebody of his caliber here in Oceanside. He's got, he actually knows a thing or two about harbors, about sailing, about marketing, and he actually had already knew several of our members in the community in the harbor beaches community. So one thing I asked him, really kind of said, look, this is really, really important to me, and that is that you have that you establish a good relationship with the community here, the harbor, and he said, absolutely, and my gosh, he is the real deal. So I'm really, really happy that we have our new harbor master, Paul Lawrence. The other thing I wanted to quickly mention was that last Friday, which was the first Friday of the month, I did participate in the Art Walk, Oceanside Art Walk. It's going to happen again the first Friday of every month. October, I think it's 3rd, is the next one. It was really wonderful. There was at the Star Theater there, of course, at the Arts Alley. At the Star Theater, we had a showing for the first time ever by a very renowned artist. Some pieces that were actually donated to the Star Theater and will be sold. The Star Theater, if you haven't seen it, has really done some fantastic things. It redid the sign. Took a while to do it too, and it looks beautiful. It looks like the place that I would go to when I was a kid, being dropped off by my parents, where my brother said, okay, we're going to go see 007 movie. So, I think I saw every single 007 movie for 10 years or something. But anyway, I digress. We also had a showing by our own Gordon Polk, the great Gordon Polk, from Mr. Southo blog. So it was really nice to see our local artists being able to display, and just very, very exciting. We even had a band out in front of the Star Theater. Really great. So I know we have a lot of events coming up this coming month. The Gentleman's Gourmet on the 20th, put out by the North County African American Women's Association. It's a must-see. We're going to be judges. Wow, what a task, right? There are some phenomenal cooks out here in Oceanside that are amateur and professional, and they participate in this. It's $50 a pop. It is well worth it. So go on the internet. Go to North County, Google North County African American Women's Association. You'll see it there, and just buy your ticket, and you will be wowed. Thank you.
Next we have Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I just have one item to report. I was honored to attend the annual awards banquet honoring the Oceanside Unified School District Simon Scholarship winners. And the Simon Scholarship was created by the Simon family, who became very wealthy in the private sector, and the gentleman wanted to help children who's had very difficult childhoods, but yet remain focused on their future and look like they can basically be extremely successful in their lives. And so we had a number of winners from Oceanside. They were recognized, but as the mayor pointed out in his earlier remarks, of course, the event was held at the Sheraton Carlsbad Resort. And this is exactly the kind of event for Oceanside, honoring Oceanside residents that should be held in Oceanside. And, with our new hotel and a few years in the future, hopefully that will be the case. But even though it took place in Carlsbad, I congratulate all the winners of the scholarships. They will make a wonderful contribution to our city in the future.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. We welcomed back Monica, my mother-in-law, last night after being in Oregon for a month, and along with her, she brought Bunny's sister, Barbara, back, and so we've got the McGough family reunion this weekend I think we're going to be in Capistrano Park, so there'll be 40 or so of us kicking around there. I got out of town for a week and was able to watch my grandson play his first collegiate football game at Stanford. And that's a pretty impressive place to walk into and see and hear your grandson's name called. So shout out to him for that effort. I look forward to all the events coming up. Arbor Days is coming up on the 27th, and we've got nothing but youth sports going on out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I was at the Art Walk last week. It was the second one, and it was always concerned. The first one was spectacular, really crowded. I always worry about how the second one's going to do, but the second one did very, very well. It was really packed down here. Artist Alley was packed. All the venues had a lot of people in them, and I think once we get through the first couple of these, maybe the third or fourth one, it'll have momentum. It'll be something that people know, and they'll put it on their calendar that the first Friday of every month to come down to Oceanside to do the art walk. Our library participated, all the artisans along Artist Alley, Main Street Oceanside had art set up, and the restaurants were just packed. So it was very, very good event. Last week was a community engagement panel for the decommissioning of San Onofre. It was down at QLN. It was probably 80, 90 people there to listen to what we're going to do with the decommissioning of San Onofre. If anybody would like to know what's happening, I'm part of that panel, and our task is to go out and communicate to the public what we're going to do with that. So if a community group wants to find out, just contact me, and I'll come and talk to them and tell them how we're decommissioning San Onofre. On the 19th is the POW MIA honoring, and it's at the new hospital. This is their 24th year of doing this. Up until last year, it was at the old hospital out on the base. This is the first year that it'll be at the new hospital. And then I was informed this afternoon that from the Ivy Ranch hoedown that I won a pressure cooker. So no pressure. Just, it's one of those things. I won. I got to give her the check because I won. But yeah, I didn't even know I bid on a pressure cooker. So anyway, and that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Wood.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate a long meeting because we had a lot of things to discuss. However, a couple of things while I was up here and rubbing my head on some of these issues. Yes. I got a text message that my youngest daughter had a baby boy back in New York, so I just got it. So it only just happened. What I thought was interesting, she's born on her father's birthday today. So both the same birthday date. That'll make it interesting later, if not easier. A couple of things, if I may, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I'm the mayor of the city. I represent all of you, not one small fraction or whatever. Tonight, we have some issues. Sometimes we get a little political. I understand that. Some people up here, two of them are running for city council, and they're contenders. That's not my point. What I did is I watched the last forum, KOCT forum, on the debate between the candidates, and I had some issues that concerned me, and because it really impacted me and maybe deputy mayor in some sense, but I feel like I didn't have a way to respond except bringing it up in one of these meetings like this where you get to say what's been going on. I'm leery of it, but I feel like it responds to me, so I have no other choice except this venue. Is that a couple of things came up in that, and I made notes on here, and I just wanted to address all of them. It's not something that I do normally, but you know what? When you're mentioned in these debates, you kind of have to say that's not true, or that's not accurate, or maybe that's false information or a lie. So I was really concerned about some of this, so what I did, I looked at it. I'll start off with one of the comments made by Mr. Flynn was why he removed me from my power as mayor at Oceanside. And he was pretty proud of the fact that he was the one that made the motion to remove me as the mayor from all these issues and my powers. And the comment that he made was the mayor was out of touch. That's why I was removed from Sandag. Well, that's a personal issue. That's not a campaign issue. So I thought that was unbelievable that he would say that, but whatever. It's politics. I understand. I'll live through it, but I think I need to respond to some of these. They removed me because they changed this to a charter city where 3 people could outvote the citizens of Oceanside. They can debate whatever they want, but they use that format of a charter city that they 3 could remove me from my powers and my committees, and didn't look at the fact that I won 2-1 for mayor. This all took place before I got sworn back in after the election, so it concerned me. Part of that was they removed me from somebody's committee because I was on Sandag and I was out of touch. I don't believe that's the case. And it said that I had moved $800 million out of the North County to the South County. They were correct on that one, but they didn't go into the details that the $800 million for the North County was not shovel ready and couldn't be spent up here. And Sandag moved it to the second item in row, automatically to the next project down too. And everybody voted for it, including I, because I thought it was appropriate. Now that sounds strange, but what happened is the environmental groups did not do a environmental impact on the Buena Vista Lagoon. So, I know this is a short story, but so they didn't do it. That blocked off all that construction at $800 million per se. After that took place and I was removed, the city of Carlsbad's mayor and myself got together with Deputy Mayor Sanchez, who was on the Coastal Commission, to address that issue. Because of the input from Deputy Mayor, the Mayor of Carlsbad, Matt Hall, and myself, each city, Carlsbad, Oceanside, gave $100,000 each, and Sandag picked up the next $800,000 to take over the environmental impact for that lagoon and all that, for the widening of I-5 and the mass rail transit system. So, yes, I voted for what's next in line, but it doesn't look like I abandoned Oceanside in North County, so I needed to respond to that. So that was their reason for removing me from Sandag, I gather. As the evening went on, other issues came up regarding the unions and some of the stuff that we had voted on in the past. Well, they call it a gravy train for our employees, but I think they forgot about we would have probably lost our law enforcement and fire department to other cities and revenues if we hadn't looked at them with an open eye, not a jaundiced eye, to say we've gone down crime 37%, so we probably should give them something. The other issues is that Mr. Kern indicated that he's the to-go guy for developers. That's a pretty bold statement because I think, quite frankly, Mr. Kern and Mr. Foyne don't really mean that they're the go-to guys, because the economy has been bad for 5 or 6 years and it's changed around a little bit of upswing. But I don't believe it's because of them that they changed the world, international, and San Diego, let alone Oceanside's economic aspects. I think it was more than just those two. And as for the go-to guy, I'm the one that just got the big company to come to Oceanside, the Indian company financed by Japanese. And because of my contact with them, as they well know, most people that want to talk to the city, they go to the mayor. That's just minor issues, but I want to bring them up. The other thing is they kind of mentioned that it was no issue anymore about Gregory Canyon. Well, I think that's amazing. I mean, our water supply that we want to go from 20% to 50% involves Gregory Canyon downstream. I just want to say that's bigger than a no issue. It's not gone. It's a big issue. So that's outsourcing came up, and I'm not going to get in that because I don't think we need to do that anymore. As for that is outsourcing that they brought up, they seem to think it was an interesting thing that public and private sector should work on it. I agree, but I found out from other cities and looking into it, you go to the private sector and outsourcing, the first year seems to be cheap, but the added years after that aren't. And call-outs, you don't get a lot of cooperation for call-outs because they're not really part of the city. Again, I want to say that all the things that took place in Oceanside, I do not want to give just two guys the credit. Two guys. And they were pretty bold about, if you like what things are going here in Oceanside now, you should put them back in office. Well, I think a lot of people were involved in the city of Oceanside before I see these gentlemen. And what took place over the years is not just this council, but past councils and individuals of here. So I had concerns about that comment, and I just want to bring it to you. The other thing is, Mr. Flynn said that we, at that forum, I gather, insinuating Esther and I, had spent down the reserves to zero. I don't remember spending the reserves down to zero, so that's not accurate, incomplete, and/or false information. So as I'm going to stop right now, there were a lot of other issues that came up, and I just want to defend myself when I can't sit there and defend myself. You're going to be in a debate with the other people. Try to be accurate. Are the other people accurate? Probably not, but they're not necessarily on the council and have a lot more insight about issues and answers. I can look at them with a little bit of a different outlook, but I just want to say, whatever the public pick or do, that's their choice, but I want to follow up by saying, please be a little more accurate. I don't remember spending us down to zero in the reserves and all the other issues.
Well, it's like a point of order then, because that's a mathematical fact, Jim, and if we're just going to make it up as we go along, we can have these forums here, and I'll criticize every one of your dishonest statements you just made here. And we'll go through item by item.
We did not send down to
allocated reserve with
you're wrong, you lied. That's it.
We are adjourning the meeting until September 24th at 2 p.m.
Already talked with her. Couple of things. First off, she said that you had not told her.
No, I did. She may not remember, but I did.
Well,
We had a conversation.
That's what she did. Number two,
Go ahead. What else did she say?
about the meeting not being into the Oceanside calendar.
City committee meeting.
Right. She said about the city manager said it didn't have to be there because they were not an official group that had the meeting underneath the Brown Act. And I said, well,
we're not an official city committee.
right. So
That's true.
I turned
We're
around
not.
and said, that does not sound right, because the thing is that even though they may not be underneath that portion, they're still available to the public.
No, it is open to the public, but we're a one-off, non-committee committee, okay? Because we are not.
So that was one of the things I
It's like the closest thing you could think of it is like the president